Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy. I'm sorry for the wait. Something happened. Hi, Little. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Something happened with my family members. They're okay. Things just got crazy for a little while. Hi, Shu. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Last time, we completed the first case, solved the mystery of why the courtroom freaking exploded, figured out who set up the bomb, and caught them in the act. This time, now that Apollo has left, we're going back in time to see how he and Athena actually met. So, with that done, let's start episode 2, Monstrous Turnabout. So how's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. Monstrous Turnabout.
Long, long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away. To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the forbidden chamber.
Night-night, Alderman. Sweet dreams! At long last, the revival of Tenmataro is at hand.
Now, why did they have to go and spoil things? Well, at the very least, I have a voice for him now. Let me just add a little bit more posh to it, and I believe this will be fine as a voice for that man. Now then, a few months prior to the courthouse bombings, April 17th, 12:13 p.m. Write Anything Agency. I guess I'm a little early.
Oh, Apollo? Getting an early start today?
Yeah, this is the first job I've had in a while after all.
Well, aren't we all fired up?
I see what you were talking about, Moss, but it's not that cursed to me. Well, it's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details. It's not that cursed, Moss. I've seen far worse in this series than this. I only need to mention Case 3 of the first game.
What? Is that how he put it?
Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again.
You really become a fixture around here, Apollo.
Come to think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. Lots happened since then. But I've settled in nicely despite a few bumps in the road. My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year, but I still have a lot to learn. This is the Write Anything Agency, and it's where I work. Don't let the name fool you. It's definitely a law agency.
But don't forget that this place is a talent agency too, Polly.
It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trucy Wright, a budding magician, and adopted daughter of the agency's owner, Phoenix Wright. She sometimes makes me help her with magic tricks.
And what's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well.
I was under the impression that I was a lawyer.
Oh, we better hurry. Doesn't look like Dad's gonna make it, so let's get going.
I refuse to say that word. Huh? Where are we going? What about the job you mentioned?
This is the job, Polly. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now come on.
Another day of not being a lawyer. I should have seen this coming.
Well, this is the right anything agency, you know. And there's no law-related work at the moment, so...
Say again why I chose to work here? Where is Mr. Wright anyways?
Dad said something about going to be an old acquaintance of his. But don't worry, just focus on your job and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Well, let's go. We don't have all day. I forgot my voice.
Hey, wait a second. What happened to your voice?
Don't worry about it. Let's go.
Another day of anything goes begins at the right agency. April 17th, 1:30 p.m. Nine Tails Vale. Yokai Lane. Yokai Lane? Really? Oh god, it's a tourist trap. Run! Woo. So, what are we doing up here in the mountains?
This is Nine Tails Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here.
Yokai? Oh, you mean Japanese monsters and ghosts? Guess that explains all these weird things. Speaking of which, wasn't Nine Tails Vale founded by Japanese immigrants?
Yeah, they're holding a festival to boost tourism over the All Ornaments Mansion. My friend who works here invited us. That's why we're here.
In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy?
Dad said that with the horns of yours, you make a great addition to the festival. I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him?
I could do without thoughtfulness like that, thank you.
Oh, it's almost time. Come on, Polly. The festival grounds are this way. I think this is the voice I'm going to have to go with because I can't remember what I did for her. It's been too long.
All right, I guess it's time to move to QB Manor Garden. I have to admit, they did put on all the stops. The Umbrella Demon, spiders, nine-tailed foxes, or cubies, the red scarf on the statues. That's actually a lot of really good representation. Now, if only they had a sickle-wielding weasel. Onwards! April 17th, 2:05 p.m. QB Manor, the Garden. Wow, this place is really something.
It definitely feels like a different world here.
Trucy.
See.
And this is... Oh god, if that's actually her name. I used to have a cat named Jinxie. Please don't tell me you're gonna be an asshole.
My friend Jinxie Terma. She's the one who invited us. She just happens to be the maid here. Two horns, a love of red. Are you a demon?
No, red keeps demons away. No, I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. What the? Ow!
Be gone, foul beast! You look great, Polly. Fills in some of that space on your forehead.
What is this thing?
It's a warning charm. Jinxie puts them on all the monsters she finds.
But I'm not a monster.
Maybe I should have told her you're a good demon.
Or you could just say I'm human.
You're a demon, emissary of the underworld.
So, fun fact, Jinxie's actually very wrong here. In Japan, demons hate the color red. It keeps them away. It's associated with healing of all things. That's why Buddhist monks and shrines are in the color red, to keep demons away. It's also why all those statues back there had the red scarves on. So, you're wrong about the red coloring. But you were absolutely right about the horns, so take what you will. I got up early to do my hair for this. Can I take this off now?
So you can eat me?
I'm not going to eat you.
Oh, forgive me, oh terrible one. Tone down your cords of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of her wits.
Don't worry. I'm already full.
Please stay that way.
Great. Now I'm playing along too. Okay, let's have a look at the court record. Made a QB Manor and a friend of Trucy's. She thinks that I'm a demon. I wonder why she has those on her forehead. It's weird to me. So I wanted to ask you about the Ninetales Veil. Ah!
Be gone, foul demon! Looks like you've been demonized, Polly. Literally.
Starting to wonder if I am a demon myself.
Please don't eat me! I have food if you're hungry.
This isn't working. We won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight.
If only we had some way to prove you're not as scary as you look.
Ouch. Unnecessary roughness. What better way than with my attorney's badge? Only humans are allowed to have them. I wanted to show you this.
What is it?
It's my attorney's badge. You see, I'm not a demon. I'm a lawyer. I'm much worse.
Really? You're a lawyer?
Ugh, maybe now she'll stop calling me a demon.
Does it protect you from Enma Daio's judgment?
Who's Enma Daio?
I read somewhere that he's a demon lord who judges the dead for their sins. Uh-oh. I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly.
Can I go back to being just a normal demon, please?
Please? Please don't boil me in scalding cauldron. I prefer a Turkish bath if possible.
A Turkish bath? Isn't that more of a sauna than a bath?
Don't worry, Jinxie. He's a good demon. He'll save you if you go astray. Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir, have mercy on my soul.
I told you I'm not a demon. And Trucy, you're just making things worse. You just leave that Enma Daio to me.
Isn't that great, Jinxie? I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife.
Will someone please tell these two that I'm human already? Yay.
So, Jinxie, I heard this village is the epicenter of the monster craze. Barely anyone had ever heard of it before. But now it's packed with tourists.
Really? So the monster craze is the reason that behind today's festival?
It was the Alderman's idea, but I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling about the Ninetales Vale.
Prowling about? You mean like wild animals or something?
And they're hungry, too.
Man-eating monsters. And they're all over the place.
In fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, nobody was there. It was a ding-dong demon. How else could you explain it?
Well, when I was a kid, my friends and I used to play this prank called the Ding-Dong Ditch.
That doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. The demon Tenma Taro. He's imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber.
Tenma Taro? The Forbidden Chamber? Explain! About that yokai you said that was in prison here at the manor. Is that true?
He's a super evil demon named Tenma Taro. Here, take a look at this scroll. Tenma Taro's the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary.
That is a... Hold on. Wait a moment. I was about to say that's a Tengu, but Tengu don't usually have horns and 3 eyes. Is that a mix of a Tengu and an Oni? They despise each other, I think. And the nine-tailed fox is a kitsune. Fun fact, the more tails a kitsune has, the more powerful it is. Nine-tailed kitsunes are basically on the same level as some lesser gods. They are incredibly powerful. So, for this one to be able to fight somewhat evenly to a nine-tailed fox, this thing's scary. So that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber?
He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the nine-tailed fox.
Kitsunes are known as tricksters. Very malicious tricksters. They love leading humans and other entities astray and performing evil, cruel deeds. However, if you can get a kitsune on your side by giving it tribute, it's fairly reasonable that it would come out and fight against other demons to protect its new sorts of food and entertainment.
And locked away forever.
So, you're saying Tenmataro is still trapped in the Forbidden Chamber?
Uh-huh. But he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe. Because there's a really, really powerful sealing charm on the door keeping it tight shut.
What a charming security system.
You can keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me the chills, so...
Thank you, Jinxie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Wright. So, I was wondering, are those things on your forehead also warding charms?
Yes, they're to prevent evil things from getting inside of me. Papa told me to wear them.
Evil things?
Apollo, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead! They have to stay there forever! Got it?
I wonder what would happen if I did take them off.
It's time for me to get back to work. Thanks for inviting us! You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, there's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect, but it's sure to be fun.
Better not be a yokai parade. She'd probably drop dead from fright.
Hmm?
Ah! Demon! Oh, wait. It's just someone in a suit, right?
Tenmataro!
Tenmataro? The demon from the Forbidden Chamber.
Please don't hurt me! Be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone, be gone!
Better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away.
Charm! Where's that dying go to heaven charm? Oh, she put it on her forehead, her own forehead this time.
Sure gives up quick. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces?
Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that! Lower your eyes! He'll steal your soul if you're not careful!
Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously?
Your devilry stops here and now, Tenmataro!
Now what?
Look, Apollo! There's somebody up on the roof!
Ah! That booming laugh! Could it be?
My 9 golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness!
No.
With my band of 100 minions, I vanquish evil from the lands!
Absolutely not.
I am the wrestler of righteousness! Yahaha!
Oh my god. I don't like how they're doing the nine-tailed fox and Kitsune's dirty like this, but I love the outfits! Oh my god! Hold on. Get back in it.
The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing 9 Tails is here! Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro! Up to your no-good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch!
It means Gan.
There's nothing to fear now, my child. I have banished Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Amazing Nine Tails, sir.
Now I must be off. Another match and another foe to vanquish. Await!
I didn't get the chance to hear the theme. I'll definitely do that later. What was that all about? Did that wrestler just chase off a yokai? It looked like he came out of the Alderman's manor.
That was the Amazing Nine Tails. He's a pro wrestler from right here in Nine Tails Vale. But no one knows his true identity.
Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. What was that all about, him banishing Tenmataro?
That was a yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual. When Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness. In the end, the nine-tailed fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies our village. The Amazing Nine Tails did the honors this year.
That was the big surprise, huh? The amazing Ninetales and Tenmataro. Well, whatever floats their boat. I'm not one to judge.
Oh, would you look at the time? I better get back to work. Please excuse me.
She's a strange one, all right.
I think she's sweet in her own special way.
Knowing Trucy, she probably has lots of friends who are sweet in their own way.
Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of the Ninetales while we're here.
The fun never stops, does it? Festival noises. April 17th, 3:40 p.m., Kyubi Manor Gardens.
I think I bought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale.
I know, because my wallet is running on empty.
Huh? What's with all the commotion over there?
Huh? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? I hope everything's okay.
It's terrible. Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened. The demon Tenmataro. He killed Alderman Kyubi.
What?
Wait, killed as in dead? Yes, and Tenmataro did it.
Tenmataro. You stay here while I go have a look.
Please wait.
Huh? Ah!
It's a Tenmataro warning charm. It should protect you, but please be careful. The alderman's in the box chamber at the top of the main staircase.
Okay, got it. At least we got the charm. Watch us somehow save our asses. April 17th, Kyubi Manor, Fox Chamber. He's alive!
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Help! Someone call an ambulance!
Yeah, it certainly seems like a crow demon did this. The police arrived soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently, the man impaled by the spear was already dead, but there was one other person there, and he was immediately rushed to the hospital. April 17th, Kyubi Manor Gardens. Thank goodness, the other man's going to be all right. Sounds like he'd only been unconscious.
You think Jinxie's gonna be okay?
I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. At least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. I'd sure love to know what crazy animal left those feathers in the tracks.
Oh, look, here comes Jinxie. Hi, Trucy. Hi, Mr. Demon Lawyer.
Hey, you feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened. So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead.
Uh-huh. It was Alderman Kyubi. When I found him, he was already...
So the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive? Who is he?
Damien Tenma. He's the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenma Town. They arrested him.
So, he's the killer.
Ow! Nuh-uh. Papa didn't kill it.
Papa! Papa? As in your father?
That's right. Jinxie's dad is the mayor of Tenma Town.
No way!
Yes way. But he's innocent.
This just got way more complicated and interesting. The victim was the alderman of Ninetales Vale, and Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenma Town, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do.
I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there. I know. I'll try my best.
Would you mind telling me a little bit more about the victim? Okay, hold on. Google! What is an alderman? Member of a municipal assembly or council in many jurisdictions found in English law. So, he's a council member? So he's basically a council member below the mayor. So he's a sub-mayor. Okay, got it. So he's like a seat on the city council. So why is he supposed to be in charge here? So the victim was the village alderman. What can you tell me about him?
His name was Rex Kyubi. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox.
You don't say, because Kyubi in Japanese is the literal name of the nine-tailed fox tribes. Well, I shouldn't say tribes. That's the name of the demon, quote unquote.
He was really kind, and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler, and I even heard he knew the amazing Nine Tails.
A former pro wrestler, huh? That's something to keep in mind. With your father being mayor and all, I guess you're originally from Tenma Town, right? So then why did you come to work here?
It was to overcome your fears, right, Jinxie? Uh-huh. Plus, Mom was from the Nine Tails Vales, though she's not with us anymore. She loved these flowers. I always wanted to live with the Nine Tails Flowers group. Wow, what a beautiful flower! And with exactly 9 petals, too.
Something to keep in mind. It looks like a lily of some kind.
Just looking at them gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai.
Jinxie, when you first told us what happened, you said the killer was a demon.
Uh-huh. The warning charm on the Forbidden Chamber's door. It's been removed.
The Forbidden Chamber's door? That big door that was barred shut? There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone. Gee, I wonder who?
That's how Tenmataro escaped. Oh, when I try and remember what happened, it all goes fuzzy. Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot today.
Between the warding charm being removed, and the black feathers and weird traps, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer.
Apollo, maybe this is your chance.
Chance for what?
To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court.
Who, me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have access to more experienced lawyers?
You want to know what the detective said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a not guilty verdict in this one.
Sounds like they're expecting an open and shut case.
Don't worry, Jinxie. If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly.
What?
You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Oh, it's all over, isn't it?
I hate being talked into situations like this.
Oh, I'll be all alone for the rest of my life.
Oh, right. Jinxie already lost her mother. All right. Jinx, leave your father's defense to me.
Attaboy, Polly. Can I help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
Yep, because that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. Suck it. Suck it, Phoenix. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man.
Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I can tell you're one of the good ones. Red demons are usually so mean.
It's been a while, but I'll be fine. Ready or not, here comes justice. I guess I ought to go and meet my new client. But before I forget, better jot this down in my notebook.
Hey, Apollo. What's the notebook for?
Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting them in my notes in the court record. I guess it's what you would call a to-do list.
Oh? Sounds handy.
No. To read my notes, I just open the court record, and I can switch between the tabs using this and this.
Oh, I almost forgot. So, about Jinxie's father, no matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away.
Wait, what?
His angry glare can paralyze you with fear. And some claims he can even shoot laser beams from his eyes. Well, maybe Papa isn't really that scary.
A paralyzing stare, laser beams from his eyes. He sounds like some kind of a monster.
I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done.
Okay, thanks. So I have a to-do list? Oh! Well, would you look at that? It's one of the biggest, most important things that I've been asking for. Oh my god, this game's amazing. We have counsel with our defense assistant, and now we've got a to-do list. This game's awesome! To the detention center! Quickly! April 17th, detention center. Visitor's room. Visitors hours. Perfect timing. I hope he's not as scary as he sounds. Who are you? Yikes! So you're Damien Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice. I'm an attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Ah! Let me out of here! Sorry, I get a little loud sometimes. How incredibly rude.
Sorry. Did I do something to offend you?
A visitor when all others shun me like a common criminal. And here I am with nothing to offer. I am the epitome of rudeness.
Wait, so he wasn't mad at me?
Unworthy as I am, I, Damien Tenma, shall breach these walls so that I may treat my benefactor to some tea. And maybe some cookies too.
No, wait. We can do tea and cookies after we prove you're innocent. How about you start by telling me what happened?
I see. So tea and cookies can wait, can't they?
Ugh, that was close. We don't need jailbait added to the list of charges. Seems like a good guy, but with a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood. Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask you why you were arrested? Whoa! Sorry. I guess some things are just better left unsaid. Excuse me?
To think a public paragon such as I could be treated like this. This arrest should have never have happened. Go on. I fear the ill effects it will have on our youth. Now I've but one choice. I must leave here at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth.
No, wait. You can protect the moral fiber of our youth after you've been declared not guilty.
I suppose you're right.
Youth just came this close to quite a scare.
My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Alderman QB. That's why I was arrested.
Your prints were on the murder weapon? That's not good. Any idea how they got there?
None. For I hardly remember a thing, you see. I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something. What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head.
I see. A drug-induced slumber and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing.
Oh.
Huh? Is that some kind of a strange laugh? Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted while you were unconscious. Aw, Moss will be gone for an hour. Boo. Sadness. Alright, when you get back, Moss, join me in VC. Because I'm running out of voices to do this. What do the police have on you as far as a motive is concerned?
Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the alderman and I as of late.
Oh? Was it personal in nature?
Nothing like that. It's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetails Vale with Tenma Town. Surrender Ninetails Vale to Tenma Town now!
Yikes!
That's what I told him.
I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that, but I'm too scared. So, that's the motive the police have established for the alderman's murder?
Indeed it is. After all, Alderman QB was dead set against a municipal murder.
And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way.
Curses!
Mayor Tenma, are you okay?
Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this.
It'll work out fine. Just leave it to me. If only it really were that way. That easy. I don't even know where to start. Thank you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma.
Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie.
Yes?
She already lost her mother. And now with me being held in here, I fear she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need.
Leave it to me. Trucy and I will look out for your daughter.
I shall rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about.
New friends?
Yes. It seems she's made some new friends since she started working in Ninetales Vale. They're quite the unusual bunch as well. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters.
Friends? Sounds like more like a bunch of monsters to me.
Now, if you would excuse me, it appears my time is up.
Whew. Why am I so tired? That must have been through more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. Eh? My phone? A call? Oh, it's Mr. Wright. Justice here. Apollo, is that you? Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you?
Trucy told me that you've taken on a new case.
Oh, that. It was kind of spur of the moment. Actually calling me about a case? That's fine, but I have a favor to ask. Sure, what is it? I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Sykes, and she just passed the bar. That's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. I guess that was today. She took off as soon as I told her you needed help with a case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait, what? Where is she right now? Probably somewhere in Ninetales Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need you to go and find her. But I've never even met her before. What does she look like? She'll be the girl in the yellow suit, sporting an attorney's badge. Okay, I'll find her. A new addition to the agency. And she's just as crazy as Trucy. Well, I better get back to Ninetales Vale and quick. To Yokai Lane. April 17th, Ninetales Vale, Yokai Lane. I already told you. I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I need to study the crime scene, so if you please tell me where QB Manor is.
You can't fool me. You're just some delinquent high school student playing hooky.
You stupid, pig-headed. This attorney's badge isn't just for show, you know. Looks like I just found Miss Athena Sykes. Why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school?
I already told you I'm a lawyer, not a student.
That's it. Enough of your lies. You're coming with me.
Ah! Get your hands off me! Uh-oh.
Yo!
What the?
Oof! That had to hurt.
That was a nice throw. Good job, Athena. Think you can watch out for the bystanders next time? Oops, are you okay? I think so. That police officer's out cold. I'm so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something. Reflex? It sounds like more like a felony. You're Athena Sykes, I take it? That would be me. And you are? I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Right Anything Agency. The Right Anything Agency? What a fishy-sounding name. It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Didn't Mr. Wright explain it to you? Oh, right. That right. So then you must be...
Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
I can say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now, how's about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always.
Of course. Feel free to ask away.
So, Athena, I heard you just passed the bar.
That's right. And here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful?
Rule of thumb. The newer and shinier something is, the less experienced it is. That's why people are so terrified of brand new military uniforms. Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me.
A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 18.
18? How in the world did you become a lawyer at 18? Hold on. Google. Average age to become a lawyer. According to available data, the average age to become a lawyer in the United States is about 25. Most law students are under 25, with the average age of practicing attorneys being closer to 46. So, she's like 7 years ahead of the pack. Wow, okay.
I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. And I got my license to practice law while I was over there.
All I can say is, wow. She must be a genius or something.
I also studied analytical psychology. I thought it might help me out becoming a better lawyer.
Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work? So, Athena, you mentioned studying psychology.
That's right. I've always wanted to bring analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a breath of fresh air to the legal system.
Oh, really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our clients?
Well, for example, I can try and listen in on a witness's inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget.
Widget?
This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget.
It talks!
Whoa, you need a volume knob. Anyways, the little guy is will sometimes say what I'm feeling.
Awkward.
Don't worry, you'll get used to him.
Now that I seriously doubt.
So, tell me about our client. What are they like?
Oh, right. You haven't met him yet. Well... And that about sums it up.
He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father.
Wait, are you crying?
I'm not crying. There was something in my eye.
They're called tears.
Moving right along, let's get down to business. Helping our client is priority number 1. Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case?
A special edition covering our case. That was quick.
That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop? Rapido.
Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's the deal with the Spanish? Tenmatero was seen... What? He was seen flying around the sky! Just a moment, everyone. I need to smack a bot on Twitch again. And... report? Yep. Report. Block the user. And get the hell off of my Chat, stupid Twitch bot. All right. Close enough. Welcome back, Turnabout Big Top. Oh my god. So, yeah, we got someone flying now.
Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetails Vale. The article goes on to say that it might be connected to our case. Apparently, that photo was shot right after the murder occurred.
Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. Not surprised the locals think that a yokai was involved.
Wait a second. Yokai isn't one of those Japanese monsters? My god, you don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you?
No, of course not. Now German? Why not plain old English?
Andale, Apollo! Let's get cracking on that crime scene already!
Well, she's got a point. Let's head to the foyer. April 17th, UB Manor Foyer.
Do you hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look! There's a TV in that little room in the corner.
In other news, mysterious masked wrestler, the Amazing Ninetails, has been confirmed missing according to the sources close to the wrestler. It appears he disappeared sometime after this special event held in the Ninetails Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected to the Tenma Taro's recent escape.
So that's wrestlers gone missing. Hey, you two! You don't belong in here! Beep. Don't worry. There's nothing suspicious. What about them horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me. Horns? That's my hair. Anyway, we're lawyers, and we're here to... Ah! You're them lawyers coming to defend Mayor Tenma, ain't you? I should have reckoned with that with the expensive-looking bracelet you got there. The name's Phineas Filch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet you. Same here.
Wow, talk about a quick change of heart.
So, tell me, demon lawyer, that you using demonic horns of yours to scare the bejesus out of witnesses, huh? Come here, you little horn demon, you. Ouch! These horns, my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone. They ain't. It's like a mighty big waste of perfectly good horns, if you ask me. Again, ain't none of my business, so, that was fast. Guess he's done with me. Well, I best get back to work.
Hold it!
Halt! Stop right there!
Huh? Me? You try to...
Apollo, your bracelet's gone.
I knew it! Pickpocket! Ah! Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later. Boy, you're wearing it! Somehow, I don't think that will be necessary. Just check your wrist right now. Ah! The cat's out of the bag! It was barely in the bag in the first place.
That was a pretty pathetic attempt.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. Sheesh. I almost feel sorry for him now.
What should we do about him, Apollo?
Well, I got my bracelet back. He seems sorry enough, so... I knew you understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. There's been a lot of cash in your wallet, I hope.
You leave my wallet out of this.
Oh!
Hey! Didn't you just finish apologizing for stealing from us?
Run away, run away, run away, head to the hills!
Get back here, you!
Talk about a quick escape. Looks like he dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene, and here's one of the foyer.
He left his shoes behind, too.
The guy's in the living definition of a bumbling thief.
Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back the next time we see him. As for the diagrams, I say we keep them.
I mean, they look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them. Those are important pieces of evidence to have. Now then, as I recall, the Fox Chamber should be at the top of those stairs.
April 17th, Kyubi Manor, Fox Chamber.
Whoa! Black feathers and footprints with talons.
Where do all these black feathers and weird tracks come from?
Popular opinion seems to be that they're from the Tenma Tarot.
You mean the great evil has returned?
Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him.
Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene.
And who are you? Are you with the police? I asked first. Who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought,
I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing a crime scene.
under arrest, but save it for the boys back at HQ. Now come quietly or else. I want to be late for lunch. Please wait, we're Mayor Tenma's lawyers.
Well, why didn't you say so? So you're the lawyers I've heard about. I almost took you two in. You two sure were suspicious, though.
I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in one day.
Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. He's definitely got this voice now. And my catchphrase, it's in justice we trust.
Oh boy, this guy's a story and a half. Don't you say here comes justice, Apollo? You shut your mouth.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, first things first, Mr. Fulbright. I'd like to have a look at this. Okay. So there's an air duct into the Fox chamber. That leads downstairs to the foyer. There's no other way inside the Forbidden Chamber from what I can see. There's a window over here. It appears that the second you walk in the door, you're already caught on camera. So there should be evidence of someone else being inside the house. At the very least. That is, if Mr. Grubby McSteals-a-lot didn't take it already. So, would it be okay if we had a look around?
Certainly not. No unauthorized personnel allowed.
Couldn't you make an exception?
Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here.
Ah, yikes. Is he reaching for his...
In justice we trust.
It's just his badge.
You may be Mayor Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross a police line.
Apollo, let's see if we can't change his mind.
Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I bet he's as dense as he's as dense as heroes come.
You're wasting your time and mine. Nobody's crossing this line without authorization. I'm a wall of justice, keeping injustice, that would be you, at bay.
I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right?
Justice and me, you say?
That's right.
Are you trying to say that justice and I aren't enough to keep you out?
What?
No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice.
No, it can't be.
You have him on the ropes now, Athena.
If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through?
But guarding the crime scene is a part of justice too.
Sure. But only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right?
Whose justice is the most just here?
Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so...
Oh, Lady Justice, what would you have me do?
I think we really got to him.
Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go.
Our pleas for justice must have had a huge impact, tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around.
They're all that about unauthorized personnel only. This was surprisingly easy.
Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just?
Well, let's get to work. We're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right?
Right. A search of the crime scene should turn up evidence that we can use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles.
You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right? So we move the cursor with this, and change our perspective with this.
If there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a click.
Okay, Let's leave no stone unturned. Let's get started. I can't say that.
There's something wedged under this chair. See if we can't lift it up and...
Freeze!
Yikes!
No disturbing the crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyer.
He does have a point there.
Hey, Detective Fulbright. Did you hear about the attack over on Yokai Lane? I heard an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth.
And you waited until now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust.
That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more.
The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. I hope she never finds my weaknesses. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight.
It looks like a large blood-stained cloth.
The blood's probably the alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. I wonder how it got here.
Why does this seem important?
I'd say it's because the blood is under the chair. That's why it's important. Anyways. So this is where Alderman QB's body was found.
Apparently, the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Temma's prints on it.
That's not good.
Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here.
Yikes!
Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... In the name of justice, I must say goodbye.
What was that all about? These weird tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the alderman's blood.
Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing? They are pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird.
There must be one big bird, and none of the friendly yellow type either.
Maybe it's some mutant bird creature.
So your theory is that a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman QB with a spear.
It's more plausible than saying a monster or yokai did it.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is by definition a monster.
Oh. Wow! This is a pricey looking chair.
Apparently, the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it.
Really?
Yeah, and when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings.
So he's the prime suspect in a crime he knows nothing about?
That stinks!
Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused. Apollo, it's up to us to save him.
It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster.
Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there?
Unsteady and restless.
It's a director's representation of your current state of mind.
Wait! That was some kind of psychological test?
My diagnosis, this strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool.
You're actually not that far off the mark. That's scary.
Look, trophies! Ooh, this one was awarded to Alderman QB. The Amazing Nine Tails Yokai Division winner, Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament.
Yokai division? I didn't know you could have a division of one.
Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. I have the perfect name for you. The Mysterious Firebrand. Mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, a demonic masked wrestler by night.
No one's going to hire a masked lawyer, Athena. What are these?
Look, a cat with two tails.
No such thing.
Oh, and this lady has a really long neck. How funny is that?
There's no way a creature like that could ever exist. You'd have a tough time swallowing.
Apollo, I bet you were one of those kids who didn't believe in Santa Claus.
What's that got to do with anything? Hey, this window opens. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff.
The window only opens about 6 inches. It's not wide enough for anybody to get in or out. Look, Apollo, something caught in the window frame. It looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. Must be from some kind of animal.
I wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman QB have a pet fox? Don't think I didn't see that sparkly thing, game. Right there. What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro battling it out.
Careful, Apollo! It's got blood on it!
Really? Hey, you're right. I wonder if it's the Alderman's blood.
How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood?
Well, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this. So,
You're no fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case.
I'm already a lawyer. You want to be an actor too? Hold on. What do we have here? Huh? There's something behind the door. Whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke when the door was opened. Why would anyone put something there?
Yeah, that wasn't very smart.
Maybe it was Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and come running in here in a panic.
Well, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology too.
I am?
Wow, you really learned quick. And I guess I shouldn't be so surprised. You're an ex-attorney of Right Anything Agency.
I can't tell whether she's serious or not. Now, if Trucy said something like that, I'd immediately know she was messing with me. Okay, so what is the object? Hang on.
This one's a spear, but what about this one? Looks like a giant pair of pliers.
It looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in manga once.
Really? What are they used for?
Oh, things like pinching through cheeks,
Ew!
pulling out tongue.
Stop! Stop!
Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eye.
Okay, I get the idea. But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that.
Demons eat canned food? I always wonder what they eat besides people.
It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for.
I read that the Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show.
You mean like my attorney's badge?
Poor
Athena!
That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. Nothing much to see on this side.
Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind me of the mayor's caretaker, Phineas Filch?
This raccoon-looking thing? Yeah, it does look like him.
Oh, I just got the best idea. We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Filch.
Mr. Filch is a mischievous, but he is not magical, you know.
Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo.
Ah! Huh. That looks like an air vent. Pretty high up there.
And you got a running start and jumped.
I doubt even a high jumper could make it.
Don't rule it out before you try it. Besides, I'm an excellent jumper.
Even so, that must be about 9 feet high.
Like I said, you don't know until you try, Monsieur Justice.
He doesn't know when to give up, and when to stop using foreign words. Okay. Let's have a look at the door now. The Forbidden Chamber. They say the demon Tenmataro was imprisoned in there before his escape.
Think we could get the door open?
It's worth a try. Nope, no good. It's shut tight. I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless.
In justice we trust! Yikes! Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. It's an essential part of the culture found in this manor, so we can't blow it up either.
So an unopenable door. Right.
According to Miss Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across this crime scene.
Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful.
Yeah, I forget I just said that.
So the Forbidden Chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I better keep in mind. I guess that about wraps it up. If only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows.
Hey, Apollo. Do you hear something?
Hmm? I don't hear anything.
Oh, right. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine.
What are you talking about?
A whooshing sound, like wind rushing through a narrow strait. The echo of someone's voice. In
justice we trust! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air ducts.
I heard it through the air ducts?
Yeah, check it out.
But why would she hear you through here?
Why don't we go to the diagram? As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads right out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through here and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears.
And
What a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through an air duct or something.
A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into. That much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt there's any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room. Do you?
I guess you're right.
speaking of things in this room,
Yes.
can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright?
Not on my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case.
Aw, come on. Throw us a bone here.
Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying something earlier. That you would come running whenever we were in need.
Yeah, I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard?
Well, how's about this? Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto? Serve and protect.
I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto.
Yes, of course. I must serve as well as protect. Okay, I will share some information. In the name of justice.
We did it, Apollo!
Yeah, we did it all right. And I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Who cares about ethics? Was it Mrs. Jinxie's Tenma who first discovered the crime scene?
That's right. And this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Miss Tenma had a key, allowing her immediate access.
Key? So then the Fox chamber was locked.
Yes, and Miss Tenma had the only key to the door.
Really? So Alderman Kyubi didn't have a key to the Fox chamber?
Actually, he had a master key for most of the house, for most of the doors in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder.
Disappeared? You think the killer took it?
It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Tenma's discovery that I think is the most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha 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 ha!
You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean.
I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good people.
shameless rascal. Who even says that?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good child either. Wait, wrong button. Those are on top of blood. Hold on, I need to look at something real quick. Okay. I was curious about something in on the picture, but it appears that my hunch was wrong. It appears that my little hunch was wrong. Oh well. Those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind.
You don't actually think the murderer was some sort of monster, do you?
What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma... something? Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it sure looks like that creature did it.
Our prime suspect would, no doubt, love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature.
And Tenma, whatchamacallit, even be made a victim of slander?
I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming the boogeyman.
So the most likely scenario so far is that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind. Make it look like the yokai Tenma was the killer.
Wait, what? Now I'm as confused as you are. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect?
That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him somewhat sound like a victim, like a villain. And he's really scary looking too.
Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested?
Don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi.
Oh, is that so?
Yup. Other than the victim, the suspect, and Ms. Tenma, the only others around here, Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide, and the two of them were together at the time.
Filch, the guy who tried to steal my bracelet. Just living up to his name, I suppose. We should go talk to him again when we have the chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all?
She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin the crime on her own father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear?
True enough, that spear looks even bigger than her.
That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit, Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect.
I admit that it does look bad, but I'm still not buying it.
Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor.
Prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial?
That's the one. He's... how shall I put this? Not what you would expect. That is, unless you've faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before.
What? What the... Is this some kind of a joke? Can I ask why a man imprisoned for murder is serving as a prosecutor?
Because he's mastered the use of psychology in the courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murderer was the work of some strange creature. The yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Who better to prove this than the master of psychology? He's the best man for the job.
But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane.
Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so none of us are in a position to question the matter.
This really is the dark age of the law. Wait, I thought we ended the dark age of the law.
This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackwell, would he?
Bingo! Simon Blackwell. So you have heard of him.
You could say that.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackwell.
The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal?
Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect his crime had on things.
How so? His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law. I thought we ended the dark age last game. Crap! Well, that's bad. What? And he, of all people, is going to stand in court tomorrow. Okay, when I think of the dark age of the law, because I've heard that phrase before, I thought that was because of Phoenix's trial. But now, this is the start of the dark age of the law? I'm so confused.
Never fear. I myself will be there to protect you.
That's reassuring, I guess.
Well, you kids knock yourselves out. I can't wait to see how you do tomorrow.
Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off.
Huh? I hadn't even noticed. Why am I barefoot?
You honestly hadn't noticed until just now. Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they?
Yes, they are. My favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice.
Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective.
Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet. That's honestly pretty incredible.
I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, it looks like we've gotten all we can out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is.
April 17th, PUB Manor Foyer.
This is just awful terrible, I say. Somebody help.
Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Finch?
No, the name's Filch. Phineas Filch. Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. So what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch?
Oh, it's just terrible. Terrible, I tell you. Come quick.
Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Looks like some kind of mask.
It's the Amazing Ninetales mask.
The Amazing Ninetales? Oh, right, the wrestler who appeared during the festival special event. What's his mask doing here?
He'd never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him.
What? Who would do such a thing? Let's go talk over there in private. Huh? Look, there's some white hair caught up inside this mask. White hair? So what makes you believe the Amazing Ninetales has been murdered? Hold on. Well, we can prove that Rex Kyubi was the one wearing that mask, I think. You really want to know, huh? You're a studious one, ain't you? Yes, I mean, no. Look, just tell me, please.
Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in a quest for the champions belt? What do you team? Me and my bandit mask and you and the demon mask of yours.
Demon mask? I wonder if I can make it big.
Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial.
Huh? Oh, no. I wasn't actually... Why did I let him pull me off topic like that?
Come on, Apollo. Ask him about the Amazing Ninetales murder already. The Amazing Ninetales is our village savior, and don't you forget it. I finally have a voice for Filch. His trademark's a golden cape, made to look like the Ninetales, the Nine Fox tails. He whirls through the ring, smacking down Tenma Town's wrestlers left and right. He sparked the monster craze, revitalizing the Ninetales Vale in the blink of an eye. Yep, he saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town.
The Amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing.
Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess that makes sense since you're from the same village as the amazing Ninetales. I know. A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai.
Since when was that a compliment? Ouch! What's the big idea?
Check your pocket.
Hey, how'd you do that?
Keep it. I got lots more.
A photo of the hero who sparked the monster craze and saved Ninetales Vale from becoming a ghost town. So, you keep saying that the amazing Ninetales was killed. What's your story behind that? So, from what I understand, this guy just literally became a local hero and saved the town because he put it on the map. Huh. Alright. Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside?
That's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. The word round Ninetales Vale is that he was killed by Temataro.
You villagers are really superstitious, aren't you?
That we are. We love conspiracy theories. Too, like the mayor's diabolical plot.
The mayor? Of Tenma Town? What is he plotting?
Rumor has it, he's planning on releasing Temataro. That's why he wants to merge her. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control.
That's quite a tale.
Ain't finished yet. There's only one person who could stop the mayor. Our hero, the amazing Ninetales. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenma Town and stop the municipal merger.
I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried.
Apollo, we still have to ask him about the alderman's murder, remember?
Mr. Filch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder?
I was in the caretaker's office, guarding the entrance, like Mr. QB said I should. And I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer room for where I work.
You must be talking about the small room in the upper right. Plus, if so, if that TV's connected to the camera, he's got his alibi set. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from there. You have an alibi to back up your statement, Mr. Filch?
I do indeed. I was with Mayor Tenma's aide. Laurent LaBelle's his name.
So, the two of you were together. That's a pretty sound alibi, all right. And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder?
Kept watch here the whole time. I didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, that there security camera would have spotted it.
No one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So, you think this mask is the real deal?
Without a doubt. This here's the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. What about that white hair I found inside the mask? Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the scene of the crime? Could it come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing.
And this places the mask at the crime scene at some point in time, which means... What does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the merger? No way. Could the amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be the same person?
What's something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. Golden Fur has been reattached to the amazing Ninetales' mask. Come on, let us look at the camera! Okay, let's head back up to the QB Manor Gardens. Or not? Maybe on Yokai Lane? There we go. April 17th, Ninetales Vale, Yokai Lane. Oh, look, there's Jinxie.
Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and...
Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products.
A charm to make a better milkshake, and another to cure my lactose intolerance.
Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me.
It's the demon lawyer.
Ow! Not another warding charm. Uh,
Apollo? Who is she?
oh, right. This is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene.
Oh, so she's the one who... hello, my name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at his trial. It's pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, too. Where's Trucy?
She went back to the office ahead of us. But don't worry, Athena and I are on the case.
Oh, wait. How do I know you didn't gobble her up alive?
Relax, I didn't eat her up. And I wouldn't do such a thing to her in the first place. She's my half-sister.
Oh, poor little Trucy.
I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself. Just a moment. Grumble, grumble. I'm in the middle of something. Sorry. Send. And mute that. Toss it over here so that doesn't come up again. I'm so sorry about that jump scare, everyone. I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself.
She's quite an, interesting character, huh, Apollo?
Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened?
Not much. At least not yet.
But you do think Tenmataro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival?
I don't know anything about that.
Huh? But you said Tenmataro murdered the alderman. It's okay, Jinxie. You can tell me. Ow! Yikes! What was that for?
People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters.
Huh? What's gotten into her? So if there are no monsters, you admit that I'm human?
No, you're still a demon.
Oh, I give up.
It seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Temataro for some reason.
That's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the fox chamber. Jinxie, about this charm.
That's...
You gave me this when I was heading off for the scene of the crime. You thought Tenmataro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right?
That's true, but...
If there's anything else you can tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father, too.
All right then.
Why do you think Tenmataro is the killer?
I saw him with my own eyes. Tenmataro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison and ran right by me.
What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw.
I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. I was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenmataro. It was right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear. There was no one around to help me. The owl beast raced right by me towards the foyer.
Toward the foyer?
Mr. Filch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time. That means they would have seen Tenmataro too.
Sounds like we better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her.
Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught Tenmataro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Tenmataro Jinxie says she saw.
Don't be ridiculous.
Tenmataro is the killer, and he can fly too.
There must be a reason for that. Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So, no one knows the Amazing Nine-Tails' true identity?
Uh-huh. They say no one's ever seen him without his mask.
Doesn't that make you want to know even more?
Uh-huh. That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponents are so popular.
Wait, you mean expose as in strip them naked?
You even think like a demon! The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself.
It's honestly true. A lot of people build their characters in wrestling around their mask. Having it torn off of them is honestly the worst thing that can happen to them. Just look at Kane from WWE. Please don't sue me, by the way. They had to legitimately wager something really important to him to get his to take his mask off, and when he lost, he upheld the bargain. I think that footage is still out there on YouTube somewhere. I'm not gonna link it because I don't want to get smacked in the face by a cease and desist by Mr. McMahon. Please don't. Anyways, enough of me gushing about wrestling. I can do that some other time whenever I play a wrestling game. Hint, hint. Anyways,
So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers.
that means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's got to be a story behind it.
No one can stop the amazing Ninetales.
Bet she'd be shocked to find out he's really the alderman. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, did anything else stand out?
Actually, I heard this strange, jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory's kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making the strange sound.
Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff?
Good question. I've never heard anything about, anything like that, and it's not shown in the scroll.
How about in other documents? Do any of them show Tenmataro with a staff?
This is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needlessly depict the demon are forever cursed.
Then what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinx? Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier?
Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell.
Mr. LaBelle?
Papa's aide.
Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of this crime. And what exactly did he tell you?
Keep the village superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime.
Village superstitions?
They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul.
And that's something everybody here knows? Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me.
Uh-huh. Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I didn't because I'm not from around here.
Hey, come to think of it. Huh? Why is everybody hiding their faces? That explains that bit! The guy at the special event thing said almost the exact same thing.
Apollo, do you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro?
I seriously doubt it. He's not even from Ninetales Vale.
Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking?
Good question. I think we better go have a word with him. Trying to unmask this wrestler. This monster of a mystery.
We just need a talking dog. The last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer.
Bueno. Next stop, the Manor Foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. April 17th, the UB Manor Foyer.
There's no one here. I guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle.
Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Somebody left something on hell of the caretaker's office window? Oh, it's a TV program guide. Looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
It's a... Oh, Mr. Filch. What can we do for you?
I bet she was gonna scream monster, which really isn't that much of a stretch. Ain't nothing I need you to do for me, but what business do you got with my TV listings? Oh no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, it was a match between a couple of rank amateurs, though. It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. If you don't know... Oh god, I'm gonna go on a little bit of a gush here. If you don't know how much effort and work pro wrestlers put into their shtick, into their act, it's like a modern-day magic show. Every little thing is choreographed. Every little thing that can be choreographed is. There are secrets and tricks and everything to make sure that no matter what happens, people are safe. And even then, there are times where things go wrong. Wrestling's not fake. They just try and make it as safe as they can. You can't fake falling off the top of those cages. Those chair shots are 100% real. There's a reason that they are banned from being taken on the head now. A very sad reason. Anyways, let's get back to the game before I go on another tangent, shall we? Almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenmataro or something like that? Uh-huh. The Tenmataro? So you did see him. My, how clean and shiny your forehead is today, Mr. Lawyer. Oh yeah, if you have the time, go and look up like secrets behind the wrestling. Like, if you pay close attention, there are some tricks that you can see. Prime example is whenever someone's about to take a slam, they will almost always tuck in their head. If you take a minute and watch some of the things that they do, it's amazing sleight of hand. Some of my favorite aspects of watching it is me trying to figure out how they did that safely. Because some of the stuff they do is just outright insane. Those chairs are 100% real. The sledgehammer, 100% real. It used to be fake, then it broke. It's a very, very dangerous thing. It's real. It's just padded as much as they can. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. I bet you shine it up every day, real party like. Ladies must love it. Don't change the subject. And FYI, that was a seriously bad attempt at flattery. Jinxie said that she saw Tenmataro flee towards the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were here. Yipes! Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? That is quite enough. I must ask you not pester my friend anymore. Yipes! Forgive me for being pestered, sir. And you are? I'm Florent LaBelle. Bill Divine and personal aide of Mayor Damien Tenma. Bill Divine? More like Yokai Grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters. Oh, excuse you. Oh, my face! What the hell was that for? It was just a little cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics called Je suis Rebelle. Oh, what a heavenly scent. I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know that that is brand number 5, bonjour. It is my way of introducing myself. Enjoy. Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? enough about the cologne. Please, tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I heard you're the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro. Why, that little... So she told you she saw the demon, did she?
Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask you whether you believe in the village superstitions?
Oh, please. I was merely trying to keep with traditions. Nevertheless, I will say this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenmataro business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. That much is true. He is one scary monster. That's crazy. You expect me to believe that monsters are real? Well, you're real, and you sure look like a monster. Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see Tenmataro? Ow! Little Jinxie has an active imagination. Isn't that right, Phineas? Yeah, that's right. I didn't see nothing. Especially not Tenmataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely stand to see you. Got 2 words for this guy. Total freak. Can I ask you what you were doing at the time of the crime? In other words, you like to hear my alibi. To think you suspect me of all people. Oh no, it's just formality. We ask every
My eye! Why always the eyes?
How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight.
That spritz really helped.
What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Phil G. You answer the question.
At the time of the crime, we were, in this here foyer.
Exactly. Good answer, Filchy. Good answer.
Just repeating what you told.
Yeah, you said quite enough.
What is with these two? Right now, he's not me talking like that.
Are we quite through here? I'm a very busy man, you know.
Right. Well, thanks for your help. So these two are in the foyer, but didn't see Tenmataro.
Come along, Filchy.
Where are we going? Oh, right. Gotta practice some statements for tomorrow.
Yay! My eyes!
You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday.
What does he mean, practice statements?
Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup.
I need that video camera.
Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Tenmataro.
Really? How can you tell?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from their tone of voice.
You mean you have good ears?
Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice. My ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason.
That's an interesting skill. What do you mean he's preoccupied with Tenmataro? Then again, I'm one to talk. I can literally see when people are tensed up.
Not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Tenmataro. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway.
Everywhere we turn, it's Tenmataro this, Tenmataro that. We should go talk to the mayor, too. Sounds like a plan. Also, please don't imitate me.
Sorry.
We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tenmataro. And we also need that... No! Go back! Let me have a look at the camera footage! No! No! Common sense loses once again! Damn!
April 17th, Detention Center Visitors Room.
Something wrong, Apollo? Where'd your enthusiasm go?
What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tenmataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst, yeah.
Oh, he's here. It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma. Taro.
Huh? Oh, yes. I look forward to working with you, too.
Glad he didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name. Apollo? He's just as kind as gentle looking as I'd imagined.
What Probably for you after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going around how you want to or did set Tenmataro free.
What utter nonsense! They always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. Those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you.
A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he? What he really needs to work on are his people skills. So rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, that's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Yeah, sorry if I offended.
So that's the talk around town, is it?
I can see how that would make you angry.
What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this?
Huh?
I must break out of here at once. Her tormentors must be taught a lesson.
No, wait. First we have to get you a not guilty verdict.
Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jinxie. Father's coming to save you.
Relax, we'll get you a look out for your daughter until we can get you free.
Is that so? You don't need me to go straighten things out for myself.
Oh boy, they'd probably call him the SWAT team if he showed up at her school. Oh, right. I ought to ask about the reason behind the merger. It seems like you were rather forceful in the pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly?
Yes, well, it's quite an attractive prize in terms of tourism.
Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling?
Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary.
I knew it. My bracelet's reacting. Haven't felt this in a while. What is it, Apollo? Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth. Really? How can you tell? People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense, because it begins to feel tight on my arm. No way! You can do that? Wait, so you believe me? Just like that? Sure, each of us has our own special gifts. Oh yeah, Athena has a gift too. A special sense of hearing. Well, what do you think the mayor is lying about? I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First I touch my bracelet. Right. Let's give it a whirl. It's been a little while. Yeah, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch, the slightest frown that no one else can see. Now, Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he was made. He lied. A certain habit made himself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. His right eye? Alright, I've got him now. His nervous tell should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I've got to pour over every word he says and wait for it to appear. When it does, I'll perceive with it. So his special ability is that he can see the tells of people.
Gotcha!
Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth.
The truth. I don't understand.
When you mentioned tourism, the bottom of your right eye started to twitch.
What nonsense is this? So what if it did?
Please, tell us more about your merger bid.
What more is there to tell?
Why were you really seeking to merge with the Ninetales Vale?
I already told you. Tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize.
You really don't trust us, do you?
What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since that monster craze started, has it not?
I think you've yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so... You felt it would be an attractive prize for its tourism, but that would contradict this. monster craze in Ninetales Vale is just a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. The village was practically a ghost town before then. So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive prize for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with the Ninetales Vale, huh? Well, Are you ready to tell me the truth now?
Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the murder in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinx.
Protect her from what?
I received a threat. It said either I go through with the merger, or my Jinx dies.
What?
How awful! Who would do such a thing?
I don't know. Whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder.
Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be one and the same?
Alderman Kyubi was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the merger at all costs. Had all the motive in the world.
But why go from blackmail to murder? The merger protests won't disappear just because the alderman was killed.
Could it be? What if there was another reason for the murder?
Like what?
Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman Kyubi's secret identity, and his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's murder scheme.
What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo?
I have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Mayor Tenma, please take a look at this if you would.
That's the amazing Ninetales mask. What is the meaning of this?
This mask was almost definitely at the scene of the crime. And there was some white hair inside.
White hair, you say?
There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day.
Wow. What are you saying?
You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex Cube, the amazing Ninetales himself.
No way!
The alderman was impossible.
Wait, come to think of it, Alderman Kyubi was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the alderman's secret identity.
Didn't I just say that? But yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer's scheme. He opposed the merger, and as a result, single-handedly sparked the monster craze.
Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene?
There had been an event at the manor, and maybe Alderman Kyubi had taken part in it, if you get my drift.
This is absurd.
Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you?
Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I'd been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now it's suddenly vanished.
The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the motive.
Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over.
Hold on. Hold on. I see no briefcase.
It would appear this meeting is adjourned.
Apollo, do you really think the Tenmataro that Jinxie saw is the killer?
I don't know. All I know is there's no such thing as monsters.
What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tenmataro to do their dirty work?
Oh, come on! There wasn't any Tenmataro to release in the first place.
Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and a yokai.
We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in the court tomorrow. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face.
Apollo, are you alright?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'll think of something. I'm better, because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial. Oh, boy! Poor Apollo. I do not feel happy for him. I feel very sorry for him, actually. Let's save. Yes. Gotta get into my YouTuber voice. April 18th, 9:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here.
I'm just excited. This is my first real court case after all.
Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. Athena!
Don't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices?
I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters.
Scaring the daylights out of me?
No. I find that shouting, "I'm fine" in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's a part of my Chords of Steel voice workout, and it's a must before every trial.
You want me to shout? Here.
That's right. Here. I'll go first, and then you try. I'm not shouting. I need to protect my throat.
All right. I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm fine. Huh. I think that actually worked.
I thought it might help. It always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time.
I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse?
The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. What's with all the racket, you two? Ah, Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back. That's all. That's all? That's huge news! But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. But we can talk about that another time. No fair! Inquiring minds want to know! But wow. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. No more Hobo Phoenix! That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time. Before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology. That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. Been hearing a lot about that lately. So he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say he'll cut you down if you talk too much. Ah, I knew he was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of you. Yikes! I better tone down my Chords of Steel too. So, are you ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record again before you step into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright, but I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks!
Okay, let's do this.
The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client, seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. Okay. Court is now in session. All rise!
Court is now in session for the trial of JB and Tenma.
Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor.
I know that big booming voice anywhere. As timber as ever, eh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you?
I'm Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner and fresh out of law school.
Well now, full of beans too, eh? Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet. Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak. Prison? Oh, yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time.
Oh, here we go.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwell's an inmate. But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
So apparently, according to Moss, this is the only Ace Attorney game to get a higher rating than the rest of all the others, mainly because of the blood. And it shows. By the way, Moss, I'm already in love with this case. Who's that with his back to us over there?
That's him. I'm sure of it. Prosecutor Blackwell.
Ahem. Is the prosecution ready? Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Of course, forgive me.
Why are all the people related to this case so scary?
Very well. Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you please. What's the matter?
Must we continue to fritter away time like this? He's doing the Edgeworth thinking pose! What the hell? That's not your pose! You haven't earned it yet! It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement would be pointless.
Pointless? Oh, well.
Looks like the cat, or in this case the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue.
Watch. We need an opening statement as an overview for the case at hand.
Well then, your baldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors?
Who, me?
It's a term for people who wait, who whine, and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. And then decide they no longer want them when it's theirs. Selfish old fool.
Huh?
Wait, is that the prosecutor's opening statement?
Old dotards such as you are plague upon the young. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren?
All these years, I thought the opening statement was a prosecutor's job. Suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace.
What? He actually fell for that?
That must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about.
Ahem. The opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cuby, alderman of the Nine Tails Vale. The defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenma Town, is accused of his murder.
And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested?
His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to his municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive.
So, in a nutshell,
I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible.
bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
He's playing Simon Says with the judge.
Moving right along now. Let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright.
I'm trying really hard to get Blackwell's voice down. It's a pain.
Witness, Please state your name and occupation. I am the detective assigned to this case, Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on old Blackwell here. I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that.
It seems that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what?
Still, I believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here.
Fulbright. Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statements.
That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you.
Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright.
Well, you know what they say, ignorance is bliss.
Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious.
Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright. You got it. But first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail.
He's not wrong. Witness testimony, let's begin!
Alderman Cuby was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cuby was asleep from a drug he unwillingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked this helpless victim, impaling him with a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake. He grabbed the statue and struck it back.
Alderman Cuby had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug?
That's right. The accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler. So he slipped him a drug to make sure he'd been out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it.
Around 3:20 p.m., you say? Hold on.
The victim managed to attack his attacker, despite being impaled by a spear.
Methinks that be important.
That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible?
Adrenaline is a hell of a drug, Your Honor.
Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't even try to brush it all off by saying that Alderman was a pro wrestler.
Do you really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Huh. Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? And perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this. Stupid handcuffs. So your life is spared. For now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die.
Ha ha! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest.
The accused prints were on the weapon. He's the only person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence. Wouldn't you agree, your baldness?
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute.
He has the judge leaning towards a guilty verdict. The trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the murderer for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. Be told I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backward bird. Perhaps it's completely and utterly he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he's a raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. Mayor's a strange one, all right. I heard he went through a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal.
Order! There will be no gossiping in my court!
Your baldness. Please, take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. Then again.
perhaps he is already under the demon spell. Behold, a lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment.
Hold it!
The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to the case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think.
Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they?
The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud.
Oh, dreadfully fearsome lass we have here.
Ugh, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He's trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives.
This guy really is bad news.
In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker? None other than the statue right here. It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle.
Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is the nine-tailed fox, and the other, Tenmataro. Quite interesting, if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered in art.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examinations.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I need to look at that statue. We're gonna have a hell of a time against Blackwell, aren't we? Mostly because I can't figure out a good voice for him. I'm trying to make him edgy. Alderman Cubey was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. Hold it! So, those weapons on the wall of the Fox Chamber, I presume those are real. Don't you think keeping real weapons around like that is rather dangerous? No matter what he collected, and the Alderman insisted it'd be the real deal. For instance, he had a real demon's club in his possession. Apparently one of his ancestors claimed it after defeating a demon in battle. What? That's gotta be an old wives' tale. He had pure, unadulterated justice flowing in his veins. Whatever he did it right. A real champion of justice in his death. Nothing but claptrap and balderdash, if you ask me. Now stop your bleeding and tell us about the weapon. Your wish is my command. Fingerprints of the defendant, Damien Tenma, were found on the murder weapon. Hold it! Doesn't make sense if you think about it. Prints could be easily wiped off. You have a point there. I'd venture to say he did not wipe off his prints because he could not. What do you mean?
Looks like he wants you to figure it out. Don't just stand there, show him who's boss.
I'm totally boss. So why don't you just tell me the answer already?
I don't think he saw that plea for help.
You feeling all right, kid? Running a fever, perhaps?
Wish trials came with a reset button.
Well, the specifics may yet to come to light. Please proceed, Detective Fulbright.
Wait. Huh.
Hold it!
Come to think of it, the coffee cup was found on the floor. Was a set of it in his coffee? Bingo! We found traces of a sleeping agent all over the inside of the cup. And that is why he was out cold. That is until he leapt to his feet upon being impaled by the mayor. What an awful way to wake up. A rather stimulating eye-opener, if you ask me. I, too, would have risen to the attacker, or to die in battle is the samurai way. Paradise awaits fallen heroes, and that hole in his stomach would be eating a challenge. That mark on his jacket reminds me of something.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Those morbid jokes of yours have no place in court.
Says the jester in a detective's guise.
Moving right along. Here, Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. Hold it!
So the alderman was drugged because he was really strong?
Did you see those rock-hard muscles of his? I'm surprised the spear even managed to pierce the armor-like musculature. I admit I'm completely jealous of that righteous body of his. Ha 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 ha!
Well, he did look pretty buff, even in that suit he had on.
Quite a difference when compared to a yellow belly like you.
Yellow belly? Who even says that anymore?
Yeah, and the color's all wrong, too. Oh, I know. How about a squishy red tomato?
I move to strike both of you. I move to strike both of your comments from the record.
Mr. Justice's character is not the issue here. Now let's get back to what happened after the far more muscular alderman was impaled. Yes, well, your average person would likely have died on the spot. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back.
Hold on. If that's the case, how come the statue wound up behind the chair?
Hold it!
Did he really have attacked his attacker after being impaled with that huge spear?
Absolutely! After all, he was once a pro wrestler. The injustice of being drugged then speared was answered with righteous counterattack.
Does being a former pro wrestler make him superhuman?
Absolutely! After all, he was one of the good guys, like a superhero on the side of justice.
I mean, wrestlers are kind of superhuman. All the training they do is insane.
Even though he was retired, he could still don his superhero guise in times of need.
Objection!
You need to lay off the comic books, detective. We're talking about real life here. Setting aside the half-wit's flight to fancy, the fact is this. The court-ordered post-mortem concluded the victim moved after his skewering. So he found the strength somehow to attack his attacker, huh?
Detective Fulbright's testimony sounds airtight. No wonder he's confident.
No, he only thinks it's airtight. It's up to us to poke some holes in it. The part about the alderman fighting back sounds like a big hole waiting to be poked. I keep doing that. My guess is that the statue has no prints on it. So let's present that. Actually. Just to be safe. I don't want to have to go through everything again. Let's present.
Objection!
There we go. Did the alderman really strike the mayor?
What? Are you questioning my sense of justice?
Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor has put a spear through it. But the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory.
It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well. Let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective's statue theory.
There's no fingerprints. There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves.
Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed.
If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, did you not?
This can't be happening! Did I arrest the wrong man?
Obviously you did, Fulbright. Newsflash, he's our defendant. He's gonna be innocent. Well, I shouldn't say that. We've already had the mispleasure of having to defend a guilty man before. That wasn't fun. Oh wait, this is Apollo's new song? I can dig it. All right.
You did it, Apollo! You knocked Detective Fulbright's off his high horse!
Well, it's just 1 point in our favor.
Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't Alderman?
Well, if it wasn't the alderman, that means someone else must have clubbed the mayor.
You mean there was a third party in there in the Fox chamber?
Exactly. And this could be the big break we've been looking for.
There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion?
Every character gets a new objection. Really? I'll have to keep an ear out for that. The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Mine is as dull as an homely Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks.
It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell.
I am so tempted to give him a Japanese stereotype voice now. No! No! Resist the urge! Stop it! Stop it! A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight, Prosecutor Blackwell. There's a perfectly good explanation for the black print of the statue. You might recall that bloodstained cloth found in the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at?
Own your mind, boy. Why was there blood on the cloth? Solve that riddle, you shall see that the hole that you found is not but an illusion.
Let's see. How was that cloth used? Was it used to wipe up the fingerprints? To wrap the Oh! Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Got it!
Precisely. Bully for you, boy.
Aw, it was nothing.
Apollo, don't let him start manipulating you too! You just closed the hole for the prosecution!
I did? Ah, I did!
Right. That's a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints. This was plain as day. But this also proves that there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back.
Oops. Ah!
Now you see how dull your mind is, boy.
Hold on a minute. I find that incredibly hard to believe. I'll make sure to sharpen it next time.
Particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Samurai? Sounds a lot like a homicidal maniac to me.
Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef? Hey, Reserve, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. We just played right into the prosecution's hands.
It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all.
I was kind of attached to that hole. Now what?
Apollo, I just thought of something. They didn't find anyone's fingerprints on that statue. Who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it?
Why didn't I think of that? Anybody could have not left prints on it.
Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please, illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady.
There's only one answer. The real killer.
Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you?
Oh, I'll give you evidence, all right.
Athena, you sure about this?
To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine.
Oh no, you got to playing Marvel Rivals for the first time? Don't get into it. No, don't do it. Don't suffer the same fate as so many people. I'm trying to resist playing that game so hard because I know that I'll rage too much at it. Yeah.
Take a look at this. Black feathers and tracks allegedly from a yokai were found at the scene. I believe they're from a third party who struck the mayor with that statue.
Is the French actually suggesting some sort of monster killed the alderman?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection! Athena! No! You just lost what little credibility we had left.
Sorry. I guess I got carried away.
Mr. Justice, we have no time to deal with objections between members of the French.
Sorry, Your Honor. It's just this kid's still, well, a kid.
Ouch! You meanie, I'm reporting you to Mr. Wright.
So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it?
No, Your Honor. I believe they're a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman.
Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that?
Why indeed? You played the thing so you could give the Hulk these hands. Oh, Lord. I have no idea about anything about Marvel Rivals. I just know that if the Hulk and the Thing did fight in the comics or any other media, the Hulk would send the Thing flying to the other continents. Punch him in New York, have him wind up all the way in Germany. Probably. Maybe even farther. I mean, the man could probably lift the Soviet Union. That's a funny joke. And a very funny callback if you know what I'm talking about.
Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is.
Ouch. This I am not reporting to Mr. Wright.
Hoy,
Fulbright, explain to his baldness what these brats are missing.
you know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks.
What? You mean you can explain all that?
Our investigation prowess is without equal.
I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession.
Very well. Let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks.
Yeah, I get that.
This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush his opposition into the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the Amazing Nine-Tails helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster.
It's a literal embodiment of I didn't hear no bell, and I love it for it. That is the perfect explanation for the thing. Oh my god.
The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer.
Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears?
Absolutely. He knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds.
Those feathers only gave weight to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accused demon Tenmataro, that is.
Tenma who?
Tenmataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber.
From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black-feathered demon. And thus they were blinded to other more plausible explanations.
Hold it! Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there someone else that could be considered a suspect?
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at QB Manor. And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is much more likely a suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Okay, seriously, there's a comic where the cosmic entities destroy the... Oh, so they basically pulled off the Superman versus Muhammad Ali thing, but in Marvel. All right.
Dullard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games.
What?
Listen here. The feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believed the murderer to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believed that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman, and thus our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection! Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection! The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right, it was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales was fueling both of the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he'd have one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice. But do the people of Ninetales really believe a yokai is behind the crime? Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds. Just so.
I can't get the voice right. Hold on.
Just so. A particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey. You don't say! Was this inmate a con artist? No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap.
Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey?
Yes, well. Now then, the defense attorney may proceed with their cross-examination.
This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, is the anti-merger movement really that strong?
Oh, absolutely! They parade around in yokai costumes shouting down with Mayor Tenma. And just like the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall claiming it was a den of vipers. When the accused showed his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon an autumn wind. You see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenma Taro, the dark lord of their kind.
Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenma Taro? I'm confused.
I think he means Mayor Tenma. It's easy to get the wrong impression about the guy.
Detective Fulbright, why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act?
Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters.
Hold it!
The amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity, right?
That's right! And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Tenma Town wrestler after another. And before anyone knew it, he was champion. Samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It was a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town Pro Wrestling. He was amazing! If there ever was a real superhero, it would be him. I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday.
Boy, you better take notes from Phoenix! Hold on, I missed those two comments. Let's see. Dude, I need to look up that story.
I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. He could even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell.
A police detective and a prisoner in chains? You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would.
Yeah. So you do understand the greatness that is the amazing Ninetales. So he stoked the village's fears by fabricating a monster.
Fabricating a monster?
Hold it!
Did the murderer and the yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears?
Absolutely! It had an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Tenma Taro has them shaking in their boots. Oh my, is it really that bad? A superstitious lot. It's as if Jack the Ripper had been set loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus. I see. That's a very persuasive argument.
The mere thought of his honor buying into Simon Psycho Slasher's words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now.
So you see, there can only be one reason why anyone would plant those feathers in tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Hold it!
It doesn't add up. What you say is true, then why top it off with murder?
Huh? What do you mean?
You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB?
Excellent point.
It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor agrees there was no reason for the murder.
Objection! Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment.
You're saying it wasn't premeditated.
From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery.
A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that?
Alderman QB's secret identity.
Apollo? I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder?
This is not good.
This patch of fur was discovered at the...
Let me try that again. God, get in the right voice, would you?
This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my! But why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your baldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex Yubi, was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder.
No! I was trying to keep that hidden! Uh-oh.
Order! Order! What a shocking development! A motive clearer than crystal clear!
What do we do now, Apollo?
I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder.
At last, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your baldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create his own, this other persona, just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this. If you value your dearest life, you will merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma Town. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket.
Well, to explain what's going on with the case right now, basically, this guy is dead. And it turns out he's actually this guy. He's a masked wrestler. And they think he did it. They think that Damien Tenma did it because he was the only one in the crime scene behind locked doors. And he wants to merge the two towns together for some reason. And everybody thinks it's him. And right now, we're not doing so hot. Because they just proved that he is him. What?
At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital. That letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life.
Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder?
You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into Alderman's pocket?
It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened.
Talk about being up the creek without a paddle.
Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he had just left after planning the yokai thing. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales. So it was the amazing Ninetales' counterattack that brought the entire crime to light.
Wait a sec. Albright's claiming that the mayor killed Alderman after planning the yokai evidence? And that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that. Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to the testimony.
Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks.
This is what I was waiting for. We just have to look at the crime scene photo. Behold, the feathers are on top of the blood.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair.
What's this? You dare question my justice again?
Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo.
This is the crime scene photo. And just what does this prove?
It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted.
But I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence, then was knocked out while killing his victim.
But that would be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. Right,
Take that!
there.
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice?
Yes. See how the feathers are on top of the blood? And the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could only result after the murder.
Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after the killing the alderman.
But you said it yourself. The mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene.
Ah, this must be some mistake.
The feathers prove it, Black Will.
Order! Order!
Also, I'm sorry, everyone. I forgot to buy a gavel.
Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you?
Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness's testimony for you.
You do? But how?
Is my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard.
Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have?
I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and the tracks. Hey, you're not being rude, Shu. If anything, that's a big help because the game actually gives us the DLC case. So that's a good place to go next. I just hope it's not too long. Also, I might be in trouble here. Because Apollo, you just admitted that the yokai was in the room. In the court of law. You realize how dumb you sound? Will somebody please say something?
The French will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare to mock this court and justice itself! You're unfit to bear your name, boy! Your baldness. It appears our defense attorney is delirious from exhaustion.
Hold it!
Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please, hear me out.
Very well, Mr. Justice. I'm all ears. But you better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about?
It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro. I think I'm gonna take the DLC case next. Unless there's like big spoilery stuff in it, I think I'll take that one next. Well, honestly, it depends on when it shows up in the order. So if it happens next, it happens next. If not, if not. Now then, after she discovered the crime scene and called the police, she came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. That she saw Tenma Taro fleeing towards the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. They are self-contained. The DLC cases are self-contained. They are always last in order of the cases, not the timelines. So it does happen next to the game's timeline. Okay, so in that case, I'm not sure. How's about this? I'll do it when the game tells me to do it. Yeah, there are DLC cases.
What?
How incredibly unjust!
What haven't I heard about this before?
Let's just prove that there was someone else.
The mayor isn't a killer?
Was it all set up? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all.
Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor.
No, we don't gotta pay to commit crimes. We gotta pay to solve them. Good. Now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Oh, what do you want, Black Will?
Little do you realize that thought you are in the midst of a fray. Your sword is broken.
My sword? I didn't know I had a sword to break. Are you implying that there's a problem with my claim?
Consider this. If the yokai impersonator had indeed fled towards the foyer, that fool and the fop would have seen him.
Fool and Bop? Oh, you mean Finch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it.
Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, but they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of the scared little girl's imagination?
Why didn't those two see the Matero impersonator pass by?
Why don't we ask them ourselves?
Let's see. No wonder crime doesn't pay. It's taking away your money. The state of the United States of Japanica legal system. I love it. I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of Kyubi Manor, to the stand. I just know he has seen something.
I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. I knew that Tanuki was a rare find, but when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him what you will.
Did he just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know.
Very well, then. Bailiff, please go wake up Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand.
Hi, Filch.
Will the witness state his name and occupation, please?
The name's Filch. Phineas Filch. I'm caretaker of the Kyubi Manor. Oh, and, this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something that I thought you might like.
Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes! And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch.
Ah, it's those shoes again.
Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright?
Don't tell me Filch stole them again.
They're all yours, your honorship, sir.
What? But they seem awfully expensive.
Oh yeah, the courtroom got a major upgrade.
Yep, too expensive for me. But I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship.
It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts.
Ethics schmethics. Just take them if you want them. Wash them up real nice for you, too.
I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tim Mataro in the foyer after the murder.
I know he's lying. I've got the fact to prove it. In fact, let me show my fact. Right here. It starts at 3 p.m. and ends at 4 p.m. Estimated time of death is around 3:20. He says the wrestling match was a total disaster. So we know he watched it.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. No sirree.
That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams.
So, you're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Temataro?
Yep, I was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the holy truth, and not a butt of the truth. And Mataro, you don't really believe in all that yokai mumbo-jumbo, do ya? I certainly don't.
Uh-oh. My bracelet. It's...
Something the matter, Apollo?
My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm.
Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch, has been lying to us?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Now, I could just zero in on a tell. Some sort of nervous habit.
Ow! Hey! What in the... Ah! What's the hawk doing in here? Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. He made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you? You know, in jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. That queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. This isn't some sort of trick or... Ow! I won't be able to spot squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? Run for the hills.
No pets or other animals are allowed in the courtroom.
Uh-oh.
Someone help!
Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished.
In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you want to show your feather friend is properly fed.
Looks like we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way.
We'll be fine, I think. There's someone dressed as Temataro there. Filch should have seen him. We just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now.
Mr. Justice.
Everyone knows about good old Royal McPoyle. Who's Royal McPoyle?
Please proceed with your cross-examination. And Shackle, stop interrupting me.
Sorry!
Hold it!
Mr. Filch, why didn't Alderman QB have you handle guard duty? Does he trust me? I am the manor's caretaker after all. So, you took said guard's duty seriously.
Let me tell you something about me.
Listen here, you little tin-nookie. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. The court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and not else.
Yes, of course, sir. Right away, sir.
Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb.
Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day.
Courtroom bird from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I've never seen Sunny in Philadelphia. I apologize.
I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest.
Hold it!
So no one could get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight.
That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around these festival times. The solution was to entrust the manor's security to a thief? That's not even funny. First off, stop impersonating me. Secondly, maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one. After all, it takes one to know one.
By the way, I would like to recommend a show called It Takes a Thief on Discovery Channel. It's amazing. And I will look up Sunny in Philadelphia someday. I don't know. It seems more like letting the fox into the... Let me try that again. It seems more like letting the fox guard the hen house to me.
So the witness testifies that he took his guard duty seriously.
Yes, sir. Your honorship, sir.
I was still in my office, keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m.
Hold it!
Did you really keep an eye on the foyer the entire time? Poor old Filchy. Been working hard my whole life. It takes a thief. Hold on. Is my voice cutting in and out? I hope not. Hold on, let me look at my mic channel. Is it cutting out? I hope not. Working hard my whole life. Only to be smeared by some greenhorn in his fancy schmancy suit and silly haircut. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, sir. Didn't mean to get off subject there. Sheesh, Blackwell didn't even say anything. To answer your question, yes, I kept an eye. No, both of them, in fact, on the foyer. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary. No siree.
Hold it!
Could you describe the court who you would consider fishy looking? Someone all fidgety and shifty like, like they're about to steal something. He just described himself.
I wonder why Mr. Filch didn't see Tin Matero. Maybe Jinxie only
thinks she saw Tin Matero. Or... Ah, okay, I understand. Good luck holding up to the wind. I hear it's dangerous. Maybe Mr. Filch is lying. Stop impersonating me.
Sorry, it never gets old.
And if he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. Oh, I already know the contradiction. I already pointed this out. After 3 p.m., you say, which is about the same time this was going on?
Objection!
Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss.
I didn't watch that one, no siree. I was doing my job, just like I was supposed to.
This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch. Someone even circled the match. That was you, right? Not only that, you even told me that you watched it. You said, and I quote, it was a complete disaster. So, do you admit to slacking off?
You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. It's one of them professional types, too. I can do double duty, watching TV and the foyer at the same time.
The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional feet.
Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off.
That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bald-faced lie.
Bald, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
I'm guessing they mean... the foyer diagram?
Take that!
Please, take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time.
Why, yes! Someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance.
Exactly. And that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off, and you were not watching the foyer as you claimed.
Yeah! The bag's out of the cat! I mean the other way around.
Order! 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 But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case?
It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Ten Mataro impersonator in the
Objection!
foyer. What now?
Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered.
What are you talking about? This. I'm not a mind reader. Yeah! Stop that! Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki?
They were? I mean, yes. Yes, they were.
But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't?
My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky and squeaky when someone walks on it. Creak, 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 loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon.
So, you're saying that you didn't hear anybody walk by?
Yep, my ears were working full time. So who's the liar now, you no good shyster?
Lying thief calling me a shyster? This has to be the low point of my fledgling career.
Got a hint here, Mr. Blackbill, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under their eyes, they're darker than mine.
They are warning Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of Tanuki. If you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu.
Yeah! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir!
The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under the penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly.
Alright.
It's true, I was watching the pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there is all creaky, squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer.
Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is the best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. We must use common sense, for lacking that, our entire world would be upside down. Says the convict prosecutor who is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world.
Besides, if there were any yokai roaming around, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things.
It seems to be a general consensus. But I'm sticking to my guns.
What if we can't prove she saw Tenmataro? The mayor's sure to be convicted.
Then we better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Alright. Alright, let's press everything.
Hold it!
You are paid for your work, aren't you? So how do you justify watching TV on the job?
But it ain't easy being me. I mean, I can't watch TV when I have visitors, and there's no way to record stuff.
Sorry, am I supposed to be consoling you over the first world problems?
If those are his only problems, he should consider himself lucky.
I guess part of pro wrestling's serious business to Mr. Filch.
My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime.
You lied earlier about taking your guard duty seriously, didn't you?
Oh, that. Ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right?
Listen to me, you little Tanuki. Lie again, and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours.
Yeah, yipes! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue.
At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case.
You were negligent in your duties, were you not?
Yes, sir, I was, sir. But it ain't like that. Boy, there's all creaky, squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking.
Hold it!
So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch?
As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's something like a jingle jangle.
Jingle jangle? How does he do that?
It's that staff of his. That's what the jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo?
Beats me, but I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noises.
Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangling sound.
I guess that's the source of the noise then.
Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Temataro's jingle jangles. Consider that vital information.
That's incredibly important. Extremely vital. I request that it be added to the testimony.
If Tenmataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle.
Hold it! So, Tenmataro's staff makes a distinctive sound?
Yep, like a jingle and a jangle. Wait, Jinxie said something like that. Something about Tenmataro making a jangling sound.
I think we're missing something here. I can't quite put a finger on it. Perhaps I should take a look at the court record again.
So you see, there weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer.
Hold it! Please, tell the court. What did Jinxie see if it was not Tenmataro?
He's always going on about seeing this yokai or that. It's just an active imagination, I reckon. She won't even come near me because she thinks I'm some sort of tanuki monster. Can't say that I blame her.
So, Mr. Filch, you chalk it up to a child's active imagination?
Yep, no Tenmataro or anybody else got in or out of QB Manor on my watch. Apollo, what could this mean? Do you think Jinxie was just seeing things?
Well, if that's the case, the details she provided were pretty impressive. But if we were to continue believing Jinxie's statement...
We'll have to uncover Filch's lie.
Right. Or find out why he can't tell the truth. So, I don't know if you guys have figured it out yet. But the thing is, in all recorded documents, there is no staff. Not even in the statue. So that means he shouldn't know about the staff. And since those who foolishly choose to depict the demon are cursed, and he's superstitious, he should know.
Objection!
Tenmataro's staff would make a jangling sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up.
Is there something in the defense would like to share with the court?
Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff? Huh? You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hand, and she described its sound just like you did, a kind of jangling sound.
Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your
Objection!
The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally.
What are you talking about?
You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch?
You're right. There's no staff. Not even a cane or a walking stick. So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses staff?
I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting.
All right, Mr. Justice. It's time for you to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believed Tenmataro carries a staff.
Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff.
Busted again?
Bloody hell, you duplicitous little... Yeah, how'd that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Well?
I'm begging you, please, don't make me say it.
But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to the fact.
No, no can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be.
He, Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Ten Matero, even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why?
Mr. Filch is scared to death.
Is that why he can't admit the truth?
Come to think of it. Now you say you must not gaze upon Ten Matero, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Ten Matero will claim your soul. Jinxie would admit to seeing Ten Matero after hearing about the village's superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she would have seen Ten Matero, he would claim her soul.
Wait, you think Filch believes that too?
So Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him. And old village superstitions.
Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about?
People of Ninetales Vale believe some pretty strange things. The superstitions may be the reason why our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Ten Matero.
Darn straight, that's why. It's all right here.
Do not gaze upon Ten Matero. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way for you to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul?
See? See, that's why us folks in the Ninetales Vale can't talk about seeing Ten Matero.
Interesting. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstition by wearing a Ten Matero costume. They knew that way no one would talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Ten Matero impersonator is the true killer.
What?
Objection!
Huh. Superstitious, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that, using some silly fairy tale, could so easily expose the culprit? You'll need to come up with more rational common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackwell.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, world of danger, and dark sleepless nights. There's no lack of superstitions in the claim, but few of those are who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of the Ninetales Vale. A life or death superstition might even make you a believer.
Order! Order, I say! Fool of a Tanuki. 2 times now your lies have cost me.
Sorry, I promise not to do it again.
Taka, my fine feather friend. Have at him.
Yeah, he's gonna eat me alive. Head for the hills.
He took off.
Bailiff, what are you waiting for? After him, and with your fastest men!
That's certainly not something you see every day.
Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as a yokai, Ten Matero, was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Dot, dot, dot.
He broke the cuffs!
Uh-oh.
What?
Ah!
His shackles. Yeah, I'm too young to die. Justice, Dono. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You had best say your prayers. Is he out of his mind? Only Francisca can get away with attacking the offense.
Detective, do something!
Have no fear. Fulbrighton's here. The going gets tough. The champion of justice gets going. Then get going already before he kills us. Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackwell. But it seems his sense of justice that set him free.
Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice.
Silence.
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, can I ask you to, you know.
I think the judge forgot he's in charge here.
So justice assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Right, and that yokai, or rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Q.
Silence.
Ah! Okay, to explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber. What? He's right. She said nothing about Temataro being in the Fox Chamber.
Huh. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door.
And your point is?
Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor.
No, there must have been someone dressed up like Ow!
Then, why does that little scamp claim to not have seen the yokai in the Fox Chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room.
I don't understand. Why didn't she see Temataro inside the Fox Chamber?
There's but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime.
Uh-oh.
The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirst for blood. At long last it shall be sated.
Wait, this is still a trial, right?
Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice, Dono.
Hey, get your bird away from me!
Very well then. Both parties have no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess. Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo. The loo? You mean the bathroom?
Sheesh, at least include enough time to wash our hands.
See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. Yes, sir! I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins.
I declare that Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? This is not looking grand. He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? I guess they don't make shackles like they used to. You better be careful, Apollo. You really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmataro impersonator at the manor. What's wrong with that guy and the whole samurai act anyways?
Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel.
No, wait. Let's save the dueling until after we've proven your innocence.
I suppose it could wait till later.
Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here?
Athena, I'm gonna go wash up.
Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo? Don't be late.
April 18th, 10:43 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 4. The same one that was bombed.
Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is.
Arion, leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist. Wow, that is one well-polished tray.
The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child?
Pecan, you're the leader of the 100 demons.
Oh, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. Beast of the Ball, the demon of the due process, if you will.
The charm has no effect. The demon of due process? I'm not sure I can see that one.
Now, you little scamp,
Yes?
I trust you know why you're here.
Bags?
Bags. Oh, that tricksy Tanuki. Try the noodle stand, and go enjoy a big bowl of Tanuki tail noodles while you're at it.
Everyone's a comedian.
No, I mean your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will help keep Azukiri away.
Azukirai, the yokai that washes the Nuki beans. The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Azukiri often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing the beads. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you.
Looks like Prosecutor Blackwell's got more than he bargained for.
They're bad enough alone, but together these two are just plain creepy.
Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene.
This won't be good.
Did I see Tenma Taro in the Fox Chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes. Now I remember. Yokai right there in that room.
So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Lots and lots of them.
Wait, more than one? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them?
I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is that room was swimming in them. Asha, Yurikabe, Erotachio, they're all there.
This is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them.
This is ludicrous.
You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. The quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course.
What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes.
You sure you know what you're doing, Athena?
She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. Regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help.
Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land.
I'll show you. By the way, I hate the fact that Blackwell gets away with interrupting our power usage. That's bullshit. Whoa! Found something. Looks like they're out of control emotions.
Athena, what exactly are we looking at here?
Oh, it's one of Widget's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice.
Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all of this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy.
Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now.
Too much fear.
See how sad and brightly lit here at the bottom left? He's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions.
She is so afraid right now that she literally can't feel anything but fear. That's not great.
It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her into a confused mess. So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Don't imitate me!
Sorry.
Yes, that's right. Her fears instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. The trauma in Jinxie's case is fear.
So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai.
I'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Let's see. Apollo, can you point out that yokai on the Wheel of Fire? He seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing that. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out of control emotion. And finally, hit this again and try and get the heart of the matter.
Okay, let's try. Probe.
Got it!
Jinxie. What's the name for that yokai on a Wheel of Fire?
That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans.
It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation.
Exactly. It's a form of hallucinations where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaken for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a Wheel of Fire.
I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you have possibly mistaken this for the Kasha? The chandelier?
Take that!
The light fixture?
This one right here is a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a Wheel of Fire. The Kasha you saw was just a light fixture. Okay, next up.
That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest.
Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster?
That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray.
That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. This raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. This right here, nothing more than a fox statue.
I don't know what I was thinking.
She cracked... Hold on, did she just crack the... No, we are not glossing over that. How did she crack metal with her bare hands? If that's a serving platter, it's made of either stainless steel or silver. And either way, hell no!
You did it, Apollo. Her extreme fear is under control now. And it was not just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there were never really any yokai in the Fox Chamber.
Athena, you dolt!
Right. There were never really any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion.
Wait. Jinxie, what about Tenmataro?
There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now.
You gotta be joking!
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Order! Order in this court!
I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I can do. No.
Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion.
Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet?
Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update.
Surprise, fear. More surprise. Okay, that fell to the floor. There was the Fox Chamber, you saw. The alderman dead on the table and Pop collapsed in the chair. Wait, what am I supposed to do?
Try to find the emotions that contradict her statements.
So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should just point it out?
That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotions that you should look out for. You should keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Her emotions right now get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the statement emotion changes through her testimony.
Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give that a shot. Yeah, I see it. I see the issue. Nope, go back. Why is that so weak? The amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from under you. From fright. Did something have lessened your fear?
Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment.
You did? Where did it come from?
Let me think. Oh, it was Mom. I suddenly felt as if she were there with me.
Okay, I'll enter sudden burst of courage.
Now let's see. Ah, look!
Okay.
Apollo, the noise is all gone. Trixie seems to have remembered everything now. Bye-bye.
Sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage?
Yes there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later.
Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with the flowers?
Take that!
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you?
Demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tailed flower on it. I liked it so much that I kept it.
You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene.
That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce that evidence this instant.
Sorry.
It does seem to be some sort of case. Huh? Oh, look, something stood out. It appears to be a key.
Might I have a look at all this?
Ah, this is none other than the master key to Kyubi Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Val Lockwill?
It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Read these words, for I shall say them at once. The sole key to the box chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key which could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is, until Jinxie Tenma opened the box chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world. And there was no one else in there save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No!
Objection!
How could this happen?
Athena.
The defense's assistant will refrain from growling at her frustrations.
Athena, you alright?
I know Ms. Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do.
This sucks! Sucks, don't. Allow me to put you out of your misery.
Can I decline your offer?
Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. The relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come first. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. He's not gonna fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks.
Now I'm the one who stays so confused. I can't even think straight.
Hey, are you alright? Chief fell right into his trap. Now, I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
Alright, I'll be back.
Objection! Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai.
Apollo?
Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it that you object to?
Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. No, I was hoping something would come up to me while I was trying to stop Athena.
The court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Oh, as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty if your legal skills are suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case?
Well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine.
Apollo, you do have something more than your shards of steel, don't you?
Not really, but we'll be fine.
But
I've got absolutely nothing. It has never stopped me before. I had to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't.
Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box, or in this case, inside the box.
What that doozy that locked room is too.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Big, potential
pressure shall only earn you a taste of my blade justice, Dodo.
Time to do or die, literally.
The French will now explain how it will be possible to escape the locked room.
You're sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened?
I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so?
The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but... it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. And needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did. So that's out.
Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes. And whatever's left just might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Okay. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. They couldn't have possibly gotten out through the air duct or the window, so the front door is the only option.
Take that! The hallway door! Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out.
It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on the scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key? I should have seen this coming.
Remember, Apollo, keep it simple.
Simple, right. I can understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but...
Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly.
Boy, you stop that! I'm fine! I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because... he locked it from the outside. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door and then locked it. Ow! Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. I wasn't done yet!
Exiting the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. The key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction.
Only we could explain both. Like, how the key could be inside the room and used to lock the door from outside.
Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight?
He threw it in from the outside. What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out in the hallway door, lock the room, and toss the key back in through the window. That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room.
And where would you throw it from?
There's a cliff outside the Fox Chamber's window. You morons! Do I have to show everything? Hold on. He went in the air duct, dropped the key, came back out, and ran. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Ow!
I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window.
Somewhere other than the window? Yes, dumbass, the air duct. Let me click on it.
Take that!
The air vent. Yes, the window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not.
Oh, that's right! The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway.
That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the fox chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent in the chamber. That's preposterous!
Ooh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly.
Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
Don't worry. I'll explain it so even your honor can understand. First, the real killer, disguised as Mataro, murdered the alderman inside the fox chamber. Then, they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside of the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent of the ceiling here. That's probably when she came in. All that was left to do after that was go back through the air duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer?
Amazing! Even I could follow that.
The judge seemed really pleased.
That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Mataro, and there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer has just beaten the jailbird prosecutor. That was a total turnabout.
Yes, the forehead seems to be much more attractive now.
Shut up.
Order! Order! Order, I say!
Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence!
A valiant effort, Justice. But your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricksy Yuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz out the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the— Yow! Stop that! That is impossible. Without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eye captured that pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Mataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good.
Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape beside the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without having been seen by the security camera.
Hey, you're right.
Silence!
Must I point out every crucial detail to the events. It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess and tools. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one.
No!
Wait, so the killer didn't escape out the foyer window?
What the heck, right?
Ha! I suppose your next proposal is the killer spread her wings and flew off into the sunset. That would mean the killer really was a yokai.
If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer.
Just saying we don't. As completely far-fetched as it might be.
What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly?
Well, not fly per se, but certainly get out through the window. Whoa, 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 I thought I was the one with the cords of steel.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Your Honor?
What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Well, we do have this.
Take that!
Take a look at this special edition paper. Mataro, real or flight of fancy?
What does this article prove, Mr. Justice?
Please do not copy my voice.
Sorry.
The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window?
Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting...
Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer disguised as Mataro flew away. You know, by some way or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but a trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay, then how's about the Mataro figure Mr. Filch saw? It just vanished into thin air? No. There is a rational
common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai, our Trixie Tanuki witness, never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? Oh, I don't like where this is going. Are you telling me you're suggesting... Now, the fact that we know the yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at that time.
Not good. Not good. Not good at all. Not good.
Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants and the appearance of Tenma were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma.
Ah, no! You can't be serious.
Order! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever! The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertions make perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying that the killer escaped by flying out of the window. Huh. Did you truly believe this could end any other way?
Did we fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one.
Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as a samurai of your world. Hold it.
Mayor Tenma?
This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up? Most foul. Tenma Taro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor. It would be futile at this point to claim that you were the yokai. After all, you've been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. If you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. Confess! The defendant intends to confess!
Wait. Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind tricks again. Mayor Tenma, no! Do not fall for his words! If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone.
The real killer is...
Mayor Tenma's gonna confess unless we do something! But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away.
Caw. Look upon me and despair, for ripe is the time for my return.
Huh? Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for.
Oh my god. Foolish mortals! I am Tenma Taro, the yokai you seek!
Mayor Tenma?
Silence! I am Tenma Taro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon's King!
What in the... Demon King?
Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation!
What the hell is happening?
The witness will, he will explain himself! Are you saying that you're Tenma Taro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenma Taro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenma Taro, you say? What nonsense!
So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now?
His body is now mine. So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you, and that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filchshaw are the one captured in the newspaper photo. Those were all you. The accursed power. These warding charms prevent me from revealing my true form. Your baldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai will be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? Ow! Stop that! You claim the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party. The true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber. But it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be a real, in a matter of speaking. For the Alderman's killer is none other than Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene, that too was Mayor Tenma. Or should I say, our dear Tenma Taru. The pieces have all fallen into place.
How so, prosecutor?
It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the fox chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the forbidden chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter Jinxie Tenma stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taru, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taru then fled from the fox chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taru.
Objection!
But when we arrived on the scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is that possible if he was supposed to be blowing out of the foyer window?
Then what? You mean to say that the maid of the QB Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taru?
Oh, crap. He's making us pick.
That, too, is easily explained. Flew about for a time, I did, but presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in that fox chamber, and I knew no more.
See, the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again?
I don't know what to say. There's a defendant in real life.
So that rumor about Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the alderman just so he could release Tenma Taru?
Order! Order!
Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. If Simon says on steroids, he wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. Proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal
Objection!
system?
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taru to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature.
Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice.
Silence!
This is the dark age of the law where the defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning and justice.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any
Silence.
evidence. Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. Foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in a serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? It seems either you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. Shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell, found Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned.
Thank you, Fulbright. Oh my god. By the skin of our teeth. What the hell is happening in this trial? Seriously, what the hell? It's been 4 hours. Let's go. April 18th, 1:20 p.m. Right Anything Agency. Phoenix, help!
Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least.
I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. How can such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon?
Yeah, it is strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. I'll see you in a bit.
Wait, what about the investigation?
Back! Whoa, Trucy! Hi, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick.
I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyways, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape.
And whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Fenton thinks he saw.
Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct.
The real fight starts right now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear.
Please don't pull those out again. Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic. I'm not gonna say that word. Nice try, game. Wonder where all that stuff goes.
Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Come on, Apollo!
April 18th, Kyubi Manor. Fox Chamber.
Detective Fulbright, do you mind if we search the air duct?
Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so...
Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial.
Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover.
I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need.
The air duct is the key. We know the Tenmataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the Fox Chamber through the hallway door. Then after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox Chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled into the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created.
If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we can find some evidence up there.
Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. Awfully high up.
Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting!
How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Whoa, it is pitch black up here. Well, here goes nothing. thick layer of dust in here. Wait. Cough, cough, wheeze, sputter, cough, cough. I don't get it.
Find anything? Yikes, Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust.
Yeah, dust. Lots of dust.
So what'd you find?
You know how dust collects in something when nobody uses it for a long time?
Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office.
Right. You think it would be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail?
I seriously doubt it. Oh, wait, you're not suggesting... No one's gone through that duct lately?
Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Tenma's going to be fingered as the killer.
But...
We don't turn things around quickly. In justice we trust! Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Ah!
Detective Fulbright, sir, sure seems chipper all of a sudden.
And I'm back to my old, devastated self. Aw, come on! Where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man! Bring it on! Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more!
It's not over yet, and besides, taking someone when they're down is what the bad guys do.
Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice!
And how's about some information on the investigation? We need some help here!
Information? About the investigation? All right, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood?
We did it, Apollo!
Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? That's not good.
I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, pinning the blame on a yokai? He really wants a conviction at all costs.
She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yee! Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak.
I doubt that'll teach him anything.
Yeah, he'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. In an effort to protect her father, the real killer.
Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it.
Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence. But we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff, just outside QB Manor. Wait, that isn't the same staff that Tenmotaro was carrying, was it? The one and only. Miss Tenma, no doubts, tossed it over the cliff when she was done.
No way. Well, what about the prince?
Nope, no prince, but if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyways. Well, prince or no prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Looks like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. If that's the case, where in the mansion did Tenmataro get it from? Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the amazing Ninetales? He did indeed! He's a sharp one, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger and the victim's past. The amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center.
I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened.
Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales?
A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life.
She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate.
We gotta become fans ourselves and go and protest in front of the prison.
What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client?
Oh, yeah.
You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of the figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say?
He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals." And other things of that nature.
I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembers.
Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Haha.
What now, Apollo?
How about regrouping back at the agency?
Good idea. I might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there.
He didn't go through the air duct, then how did he get out? Ah. April 18th, Write Anything Agency. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases.
And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out.
How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down.
In other words, business as usual, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time it's like we're bound and gagged too.
Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Ooh, monsters at every turn, huh? That sounds rough.
Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too.
Mr. Wright!
How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena?
I think it's safe to say that things have gotten harder than before.
Really? What happened? I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice.
But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room.
Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed.
Oh, really? Well, that's bad news.
How are we going to get out of this one?
The worst times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
Force? Smile?
Yeah. The mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck.
Return to the basics?
That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study at various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then.
It was like fate brought us together. So thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer after all.
I knew she was a lawyer material from the moment I met her. I also have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions.
Aww, it's nothing special.
Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers.
It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help me defend innocent people, I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard.
I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal. Like, she's trying to help somebody she knows.
Alright. I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. Like you said, the worst of times are the when we have to force their biggest smiles.
Don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright, yes? I'm gonna go visit our client again. I think it's a good idea. Alright. I'm gonna see what's new down at the detention center. This can't go well.
April 18th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room.
Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something.
So my minions have returned.
Apollo? He still thinks he's a yokai.
I wonder if he'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again.
Silence, peddler of the legal trade! Bring me from these imprisoning walls with great haste!
Wow. He's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting starting to wonder if we should even be helping him with his freedom.
Still, we can't let Mayor's Tenma stay possessed. You know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help you in whatever manner I may. Now ask of me what you will! Suppose it's worth a shot. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me.
Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! The regurgitation one of your demonic powers too?
I do not waste any of my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, the Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber.
You wanted to keep it shut, right?
But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key.
How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers too?
Foolish mortal! He would have me, Matero, act as some asinine alchemist. I but ask the jailer, and my will is done. Quite eagerly, I might add.
I was in order to serve your malevolence. I guess he's not the only one he scares the living daylights out of.
Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door.
Curse that infernal door! But if I had known its matter of opening long, long ago, would I have made my return?
He has a point there.
Maybe Jinxie knows something about it, how this whole thing works. So that's a big help! Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing?
Indeed! The remnants of Tematero, king of the underworld they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand!
Prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie.
What's this? I must wrench these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once!
Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you?
Well now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien!
This little thing like demonic possession won't stop about his love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman Kyubi, did you?
I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not me. Or if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him.
Yikes! So you're saying there must have been someone else there. Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed with the statue. I better ask him about this too. Okay, note to self. Hope and pray he doesn't show up again.
What, might I ask, is that?
A statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the alderman's murder.
Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in such a cloth he does recall. A secret gift from Alderman Kyubi, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it.
Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck.
That Damien does not know.
A secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter too.
Why, this is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien.
Apparently, someone slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
You have questions, do you? Very well. Ask away.
Who placed this in the alderman's pocket?
Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase.
So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement of the alderman's pocket.
Could it have been his doing?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something?
Indeed, I did. There is but one other person who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florent Labelle. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess.
He may be the blackmailer and the murderer we've been looking for.
That is preposterous. He is a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien.
It seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him.
Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Laurent LaBelle. Here comes justice.
Let's go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals.
Thank you for the help. You've just given us a major lead.
There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. LaBelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber?
We should probably search it for clues.
Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole?
Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help.
Why, that's a photo of me, soaring through the heavens. Look at my wing angle. It's all wrong.
Wow, you're really a stickler for details.
I even gave a big smile for that camera. It's so small and high in this shot that one can't even see it.
I knew demons were so interested in how they're presented to the media. Well, let's go give my throat a rest, please. April 18th, Nine Tails Vale, Yokai Lane. Oh, I hate voicing him. Hey, isn't that...
You dare imprison me? Dixie! She's acting really strange.
Uh-oh.
That loathsome, no good nine-tailed fox. You shall know the terror that is mine and despair. You shall pay. Oh, you shall pay dearly, all of you.
Jinx, are you alright? Someone took the charms off of her. Ow!
Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
Morning, Jinxie.
Morning? Is it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I laid down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no! It must have been the Makura Shigi.
Makura... Geishi?
Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or the hallway? It's that yokai's fault. The Makura Geishi preys on people while they're asleep.
Sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight. Or maybe a snug sleeping bag.
Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me.
I'd say we had more than an adequate demonstration of that just now.
I'd better reapply them.
Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you.
There was something I wanted to tell you, too. I remembered something else.
You did? What was it? Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered?
Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. But there was one thing I thought was really weird.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but here it goes. Really? What?
About the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door.
Wait. What? Are you sure?
Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now.
So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it?
This could spell major trouble, Apollo.
Why?
Because Jinxie's already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. They weren't there when she discovered the crime scene. It would totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say that she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck refuting that.
Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. How do we open the Forbidden Chamber? Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole.
Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear.
A secret mechanism? Really?
Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox Chamber. But only Alderman QB knew what it was and how it worked.
The Alderman of the Nine-Tails Vale sure loved his secrets.
Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism.
Whoa. Slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber?
Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it.
That's
Because it's a very special room that must never be opened.
I guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so...
So the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. What's this?
Tsukumogami?
A yokai that only has objects that have been used for a really long time. A red demon and a Tsukumogami. There we go. Tsukumogami, what a strange combination.
Is everything to her some supernatural phenomenon? Wait, Jinxie's a huge fan of the Amazing Nine-Tails. She'd probably freak out if I showed her this thing without the guy in it.
What are you thinking? It would crush her if she figured out her favorite wrestler is dead.
Guess I'll spare her the grief. Although she really could use a reality check.
Huh?
Alderman Kyubi made that statue.
It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Nine-Tails Vale and Town.
A token of goodwill? But the two yokai are fighting.
Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing.
The what?
The statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it?
Maybe it broke when it was used to hit the Mayor Tenma on the head.
That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the alderman and I. Now it's just me, but the symbol of goodwill will forever be etched in my mind.
Ah, I see. So, is there anything else we should know about Jinxie?
No. That's about it.
Uh-oh. My bracelet. It's reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... In justice we trust! Yeah! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackwell has asked me to question her.
Question me? Sorry, not interested.
Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right! Specifically, we want to ask. But I can't tell you that now, can I?
Oh, come on, please! We're partners in justice, right?
No. Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust.
The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. Don't imitate me! So you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll, then.
Now come along, Miss Tenma. To the station with you. Damn it! Why do we keep getting cut off?
He took her away.
Missed my chance to see what she was lying about.
Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out.
I just hope they let us in now. April 18th, Kyubi Manor Gardens. We're not getting inside, are we? You. Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman.
Hey, yo, it's Mr. LaBelle. Oh, let's ask him about you-know-what.
Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers. do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello, the bell here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? That is the most drip thing I've seen in a long time. Where do I get them? Yes, how about that? You must forgive me. Hey, John, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. This guy has the most drip suit I've seen in a long time. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare.
Where do you buy clothes like that? And where can I get one?
Surprise! This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that? It looks a bit unwieldy to me.
Stupid! Why the eyes?
You simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So, what do you want with me? Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenmatero. But what about you, Mr. LaBelle? You were in the foyer. Why didn't you see... Ah! Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenmatero. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard about that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders about making mischief without knowing what she's doing. With a little, they do seem pretty functional. Flip phones are a must, though. Yeah, the smartphone screens wouldn't be as cool. The flip phones are an absolute must. I would just love just having one of them so I can be like, just tilt it to one side without having to have two of them. Just one would be amazing. God, that'd be incredible. I'm gonna see if I can find a flip phone. Oh, but wait, I would need a purple suit. I don't think I can pull that off. Rumor has it that she's possessed by Tenmataro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenmataro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect.
Tell us more about that rumor.
So, what was this rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it... That certainly would explain how she was acting. Once she even put on a Tenmatero costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did.
Beware you who steal me away.
I wish I'd never asked.
Does she remember anything while she's possessed?
Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory lost during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite hazy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Ah, then maybe... So you do understand. That whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although, yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks here herself?
Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes next time we talk to him.
But first, present this.
Shall we?
Oh, there we go. Present. What is that? It's a blackmail letter. But it wasn't sent to Alderman Cube. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And your point being, someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally, you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. It is possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect. That would make you rise such an outrageous allegation in the first place. Well... My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this garbage. You can't destroy evidence like that! What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now. You just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You should carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. Well, then I shouldn't advertise it on TV? But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis la Belle brand product. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants. This is my latest product. I'm calling it Couleur de la Belle. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. I guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public? Great sales strategy there, genius.
Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met.
Oh, the little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty.
Oh, Apollo, what should I do?
Better take it before you get a face full of cologne.
Good point. Wow, thank you, Mr. LaBelle.
We've not solved the crime yet. Things are just getting more and more complicated. But we know it's this guy. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. We still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber and all. We need to open this door somehow. April 18th, you be better, Fox Chamber. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber.
Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber?
We'll just have to open it to find out.
We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hidden this room. Okay, let's get started.
There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door and statues of them on either side. The way those 2 statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it. There are 2 foxes on the folding screen as well. It can't be a coincidence, can it?
Hey, this statue moves!
Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might be a trap.
Okay, can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid.
I guess if you can catch something like that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that'll show the position they should be in. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. If this has something to do with the keyhole, wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of the forbidden chamber as well.
Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen? But I don't see anything unusual about it.
Well, it does have two foxes on it, and there are two fox statues in front of the door.
Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in the room. Let's turn the whole place upside down.
Excited as a kid in a candy store. I just remembered this mystery novel I once read. The murder occurred in a locked room.
And the perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it was open.
I told you to stop imitating me.
Sorry, it's so much fun. And when no one was looking, he made his escape.
Clever trick. But it would have been impossible in this case. See this broken tanuki statue here? The door must have barged into it when it was open.
Oh, I get it. The killer couldn't have been there because of the statue. The statue originally depicted the two yokai holding over a cup of gesture of goodwill.
Maybe Ultimate QB was planning on smoothing things over with Mayor Tenma.
But he was murdered instead by somebody who intervened.
The mayor was the only pursuing the municipal merger because he'd been blackmailed. Who knows? If this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. There's a cliff outside this window. Makes it pretty impossible to get out this way.
When I hear things like that, it makes me want to try. Never say never, right?
I bet I
could get out this way.
No, wait, don't you have a death wish?
Won't even open it wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bet.
That loss just saved your life. I'm gonna take a look behind this door, too. Oh, look. The doorknob banged into the wall. Made a big dent, too. That wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there.
Right. I guess that rules out the old hide behind the door trick.
Still no keyhole, huh?
Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours.
Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door.
Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam.
Seriously, I thought you could do that.
How do you know? I haven't even tried it yet.
No, wait, don't! Ah! Much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door will win this one. I don't think we'll find anything else on this chair.
There really is no escaping here through that air duct.
Here we went through all the trouble of bringing a ladder to check it out.
not a ladder, Apollo. It's a step ladder.
What's the difference? They both have the word ladder in them.
What's the difference? Oh, I know. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who's right.
You're way too competitive. It's not even related to the original issue either.
Maybe the killer hid under this table.
That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above.
Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table.
Let's check it out. The cup. Hey, look, there's something down here.
It looks like a piece of something. Only question is, a piece of what?
Oh, I know. It might be a piece of the statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup as a symbol of goodwill.
Is this a piece that broke off and rolled under the table? Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? I'll never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate.
There's something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? The screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something.
Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb.
Closer inspection. I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye.
Let's check every last inch of it.
I can rotate the folding screen with this. If I spot anything of interest, I can press this to inspect it further. Let's zoom in and out with this and this to get a better look. Picture of a key. The shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know! It's the shape like the Forbidden Chamber's key.
Definitely getting warmer.
Okay, let's take an even closer look. What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something.
You think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber?
Wait, what about that key drawn on the end of the screen? You think the two are related?
Key and a keyhole? Oh, I just got an idea. If we folded the screen up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap.
Hey, I think you're right.
Let's give it a try.
Look, a door!
Yeah, and it's open too.
The two foxes are now facing each other, so...
Hey, what if we made the fox statues face each other? I think we just imitated each other.
Don't speak of it.
Apollo, let's go check out those two statues.
Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other. Just like on the screen. Look, a lock appeared.
Now we can use that key.
Okay, here goes nothing. It worked.
Time to see why this chamber's so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder?
Finally. April 18th. Kyubi Manor. The Forbidden Chamber. Oops. The doors need some serious oil.
That was like nails on a chalkboard.
Oh, right. Forgot about those super good ears of yours. Look. More feathers. And what's that I see? What the hell is that? Is that a Tenmataro statue? But there's something odd about it.
All I know is I don't like it. But I can't explain why.
You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. You're not scared, are you?
What? This thing, don't make me laugh.
Really? Hey, look!
What? What is it?
Over there on the left. There's a bunch of staves on that rack. Kinda look like the staff we saw earlier.
You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tematero carrying?
Yeah, I bet our Tematero's impersonator really did come in here at some point.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place.
First things first. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. The fact there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here for very long.
Oh, it's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis LaBelle.
LaBelle? What the?
But then,
Wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here?
I guess so. But why?
Well, whoever was dressed up like Temataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped his hand cream at the time.
In other words, the Tematero impersonator we're looking for is none other than...
Florent LaBelle. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow.
Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma.
Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the Fox Chamber.
That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why?
Maybe. Maybe the Tematero costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb.
But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the Forbidden Chamber key when the killer hit him in the head. That means the killer could only gotten in here before the murder.
Wow, this is one tough riddle, all right. It looks like an old scroll. There's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe?
A monk? What are you talking about?
You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training.
Wouldn't that just be a hiker?
The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena.
Oh look, there's some yellow things strapped to his back.
Whoa. It's turning into Tenmataro.
What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Temataro was born?
Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. So it looks like gold is the answer. Whoa, that is one big statue. It must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Tenmataro has a staff. But the Tenmataro in the scroll doesn't have one.
I wonder why.
I feel like this could be a significant. But why? Let's take a closer look. First, to go around this table.
Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea?
Hey, looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue.
Don't open it! Who knows what might be in there?
It's just a big empty compartment. From all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it has been open in a really long time.
That's enough, Apollo! Let's shut it in!
Wait, there is something in here. It looks like some sort of figure. But it's so dusty, I can't tell what it's supposed to be. I wonder what it's doing here. Hey, there's a bunch of stabs here. It looks like one's missing. Temataro Jinxie Saw must have taken it.
I'd have to agree. Those looks like the ones that Detective Fulbright showed us.
Why do you think there are so many here?
Maybe they're spares. Demetero might be, you know, absent-minded or something? The fact that he has spare staves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it.
Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. I won't hold my breath. stone lantern.
Like those Japanese garden lamps? Where's the switch?
Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there is no switch.
Oh, here it is.
What?
It was hidden out of sight. I see Temataro's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. I thought I told you to stop. Don't imitate me, Apollo.
Sorry. Shackle's just doing a really bad job of this. Looks like a gravestone or something.
It reads, "Here lies Tenmataro, age 80. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone."
Say it ain't so! Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. Is this your coping mechanism?
I'm not scared.
Freak out central right here, baby.
Cut it out, Widget!
Denial is strong in this one. Look at this. Oh look, there's an air vent here too.
I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation.
I don't think anyone could reach this one either.
Yeah, and there ain't nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads.
Well, box chamber's vent didn't branch it this way, so...
Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with the case after all? I guess that about wraps it up. What now?
We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again.
You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie?
Yeah. I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Tenmataro. I want to know where this vent goes! April 18th, QB Manor, the foyer. The curse, it's the curse of Tenmataro. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your business, will ya? Ah! Youch! What's all this about a curse? Tenmataro's gonna curse us all unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say.
Right, how about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions?
Huh?
Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine! You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that.
The same goes for my bracelet.
Sorry. I promise I won't do that again. He almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget.
The big jerk.
I'm sorry. Guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask about what's happened.
I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal a Widget...
Grrr.
Yipes! Mercy. I can't seem to control myself. That thieving blood running in my veins.
Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean?
I'm glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandfather. Take a gander at this.
What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me.
The Azuki Kozo, robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he had to leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson, as he was my grandpappy.
Well, you don't say.
Thieves' honor is the honest truth. Ah, the sloshing sound of Azuki being scraping together in the dead of night. It's a magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, watcher of money, giver out of wealth reborn. Forget the money. You should be washing yourself of this nasty habit.
Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber.
Hey, what are you doing with that there figure?
Oh, this? You found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it had been there practically forever.
I mean, my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that chamber.
Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber?
Only that's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. That there's an amazing treasure in there.
There's something amazing in there? I didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't, by chance, already steal it, did he?
You know how there was one of his figures in there? That just might be. Ask Grandpappy for you. I bet he washed that treasure up real good before he handed it out to the poor.
Oh, of course. Because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tematero near the scene of the crime.
I'm sorry I didn't come clean right away, but superstition got the better of me.
People of the Nine-Tails Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tematero.
Darn right, them superstitions scare me. Out of my wits, I tell you. I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on.
So you plan on staying here in Nine-Tails Vale?
Yep. I'm gonna keep living right here. Keep with the old ways just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rule book to me.
Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales?
Ain't you been listening to a word I said?
You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say. I say that's baloney. Because there is, however, one way to save yourself from it. Your immediate departure from the village.
Take that!
It's clearly written right here. Ignoring the superstitions can cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said that you plan on staying right here in the Nine-Tails Vale, though. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. I know you've been lying to me. And time to come clean, Mr. Filch.
Yeah.
You were lying about believing the superstitions, weren't you?
Sorry, but I didn't have no choice.
So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Temataro?
Oh, that pretty boy's fault. Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Temataro. He said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen.
So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you? How would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence?
Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that rumor. The one about her being possessed.
That rumor again.
I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor. Ouch! Hey, watch it!
Those superstitions stolen by Phineas Filch.
I'll be taking this back now. Kind of like family to me.
You could have just asked instead of stealing it.
Is that all we wanted to ask, Mr. Filch?
Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tematero one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. Oh well, just wanted to see something funny. Back to the detention center. April 18th, detention center. Visitors room.
Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, oh, your malevolence.
Why are you speaking like that?
Oh, Mayor Tenma, you've returned.
Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So, what can I do for you today? I'd like to ask you about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. Ah. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecutor is going to claim at tomorrow's trial.
No match is this warning charm for me! Ah, the charm! Tematero's back!
Those foolish mortals! They shall regret blaming that child for my doings.
I blew it. That question brought that yokai back. Probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. We'd like to ask you about something your aide, Florent LaBelle, mentioned. Did you know that Jinxie is rumored to be possessed?
I know not of what you speak.
You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you?
I, Tenmatero, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal. No affections do I possess for your race of humans.
Please, we already proved that there was a third-party disguised as yokai at the scene. So if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name.
I have already told you. I know not of what you speak.
I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant the yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo? I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use my psychology to explain the whole possession thing. Knock yourself out, then. Oh, Athena's really got something. I can really count on her when it comes. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes. I believe she's exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, did her symptoms start as soon as she began her job in Ninetales Vale?
When the child visited last, she did speak of the dreading yokai, how they rob her of her sleep each night.
I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you. At least not on a conscious level. So then the Tenmatero that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie.
Sleepwalking, eh?
That would indeed explain the matter. Look! Tenmatero's spirit! It's left the mayor's body. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma?
Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you.
Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you?
I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt.
I knew it!
We suspect Florent is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Ninetales Vale that badly?
Can you think of any reason why?
Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenmatero for a spell. Ah! Could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenmataro.
That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real?
Whatever the case, Tenmataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It is as the superstitious warn. You must not gaze upon him, nor free him from his prison.
But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmatero thing now. Yeah, and I think we're gonna have another nice, long chat with Mr. LaBelle.
Your dinner is ready, Your Malevolence.
Ah,
An offering to the Demon King. You may place it right here.
the kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it.
Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the heart in the sky.
Yes, Your Malevolence, I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next, now that we know the truth? He won't be able to claim that Tenmataro is Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to admit that it was him? Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchy. From the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, heck. What was the next part again? Ow!
You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 13th time, you know. Now, 100 times more and we'll be done.
What on earth are they practicing? I ain't cut out for this. Oopsie daisy. Ow. Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. Just all this practice.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours?
Did Filch just filch Mr. LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo?
Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky.
By the way, do I still have that,
He took the freaking... Ooh! He took the blackmail letter! That bitch! Well, what would you want with me?
Your confession to being the Temataro imposter would be a nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on the conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro.
Guilty, you fool! I told you, nothing good would come of you running your mouth.
So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet about that, Mr. LaBelle?
Wait. Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course.
But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. It also means she couldn't have possibly been Temataro.
Interesting. But where are you going with this?
Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmataro.
Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmataro? I'm so sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort.
That's right. Mr. LaBelle even told me Temataro was... Ouch!
I said Tenmataro was Jinxie, you fool.
Hold on.
Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times.
Yipes! So, have you been called to testify tomorrow?
Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then.
I'll be waiting. But it's a special piece of evidence that I've been saving just for you.
Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones.
Huh? What? Was I sleeping? Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did.
Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow.
Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Right up the schnozola.
Keep quiet and do exactly as I say.
No, please. I need to put another lesson. There they go. Is there a chance to get the truth out of him? Yeah. Well, we got the proof we need for court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is to lie. Is that lie Jinxie told? We better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's go see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for more charms.
April 18th, Nine Tails Vale, Yokai Alley. Yokai Lane, my apologies.
Oh dear. Cursed nine-tailed fox. My grudge is but festered over time. Last vengeance will be mine. She must be possessed, sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst! Jinxie! Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. I guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel.
Are they not questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy new charms that was just released.
Yeah? Which one?
Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro. It shows them dancing together.
Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together.
Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges.
Oh, right, for the municipal murder issue.
No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning.
We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. It was what we learned. Ow!
No fighting.
Charm slapped again. Darn! I thought I avoided it that time.
Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about.
Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Remembered anything else that seems important?
Like what?
Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time.
When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the Fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before passing out in the chair.
I knew it. She's holding something back. That's all he said, huh? Hey, thanks for sticking around, Shu. I'll probably be back doing more tomorrow. Hope to see you then.
Gotcha!
You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know because I saw your finger move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm.
Huh?
Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you?
It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep.
Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else?
How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that?
Could you be a little more specific?
Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman QB."
He said what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime? Uh-oh.
But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or he was in the middle of a nightmare, maybe.
A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we gonna do now? Turn to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. It's the lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see around me and ahead is darkness and despair. Oh, did someone say shut up, Monokuma?
Oh. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer.
Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious?
Who knows? But I sure feel like I'm living in a nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie's been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something.
I know. Let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman QB and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber.
But the real killer must have been hiding there as well.
Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation.
Our mystery person must have then fled the fox chamber when it was opened. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenmataro. But Papa and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else.
What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime?
Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo, we have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenmataro Florent LaBelle.
Right. We'll get him with a legal exorcism, justice style. Let's save. Yes. On to the next chapter. Oh, right. April 19th, 9:30 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session. All rise. Now sit down. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma.
Apollo Justice Defense Team Leader is ready, Your Honor.
Athena Sykes, Assistant Defender, is ready too, Your Honor.
As chipper as ever, I see. And in French, no less. The prosecution.
He's been chained to the desk.
Very well, then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now, your opening statement, if you would. I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it.
Looks like the judge is really bringing it today.
You probably realize how Blackwell played him. That was one mean game of Simon Says.
Yeah, His Honor has to fight to defend His Honor today.
Your boldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement.
I have. I don't know if I'd say that.
Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of someone who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you've been watching opening statements from the bench. Son of a bitch, he's playing him again. They were the crown jewels of the court. One thing you could not possess.
Crown jewels. What?
Now, long last, they're within your presence. How could you possibly refuse?
Oh, you don't mind if I do it then?
I'll make a special exception. Just this once.
Here we go again.
Yep, more of Blackwell's mind games.
Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and read the opening statement. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex Cuby, was the Amazing Nine-Tails. We also learned that the Amazing Nine-Tails was a key figure in the yokai craze and the anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cuby's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light. The only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party. But further investigations revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room.
Ergo,
We must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong?
that was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time.
Oh, one more thing to boast about my grandchild.
Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events.
Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify.
Inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation?
The feathers are in the trash. Were those left by the mayor while he was possessed? That was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh, yes, of course. I suspected as much.
Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance?
His daughter is the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jixie Ten.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture.
There for some witness testimony. For I am ready to prove the little scamp is the one behind the Ten Matero farce.
Witness testimony? I bet he means Filch and that creep LaBelle.
Very well then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it does not happen again today.
Been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. A bit of a trademark of mine.
Indeed. You managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip.
Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Yeah!
Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place.
Yeah! No, please, I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running.
Your statement. Now.
Yes, sir. Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may be a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackwell.
Yeah, Blackwell does not strike me as a guy who gives up easy. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime.
And Matero is really that little maid gal. Ain't no doubt about it. Maybe the Ten Matero I saw was just a little thing about her size. The little runt had a big old staff. I'd seen it when she came into the foyer. Bet you she stole it from the forbidden chamber and stumbling onto the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on the account of my fierce reputation. I just know it.
So Tematera was short in stature, and that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along.
You betcha. Besides, all the rest in the manor were way taller than her.
Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short.
But the Ten Matero impersonator was walking on their knees. Weren't no knee walking. Seen it myself.
Or perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all.
All monsters are not but tricks. Either the mind or the cheap parlor variety.
So you're saying she created an illusion, like one of those magical eye things?
Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor.
Prosecutor Blackwell just gave up the ghost, literally.
The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That's actually sounds like a real ghost to me. Oop, wrong button.
The defense now may cross-examine the witness.
I already figured it out. See, there's no way she could have gotten into the chamber because the key was swallowed. Well, let's press everything to be sure. Mr. Filch, you and Mr. LaBelle mentioned something about a practice yesterday. You deny the so-called lesson was about what you were supposed to say in court? No, you got it all wrong. Then could you please tell the court exactly what sort of lesson it was? It was, what was it again? Yeah! Now I remember math. You know, numbers and stuff. He's completely under Blackwell's control, too. Anyway, that Ten Matero was that little maid gal, so what's the difference? I mean, all I saw was just a little thing about her size. I take it that you got a good look at how tall the Tenmatero impersonator was?
You betcha. I gotta have it to size people up. I can even give you a primer on how to pull it off. All under the table. I got a knack for figuring out where people's pockets are and how much money they have. I size them up real good before I relieve them with valuables.
You just admitted to being a pickpocket right here in court.
Does the witness hold that this Tenmatero enter the foyer?
Darn right I do. Little Red had a big old staff.
Hold it! Well, you're not going to brush it all off by claiming the perp was short.
Must have hit a raw nerve because you ain't that tall yourself.
Look who's talking, Mr. I've got to stand on a box just to testify. Anyway, Mr. Filch, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say the Tenmatero you saw had a staff?
Cross my heart. Hope to die. I know it because it went jingle and a jangle.
And where do you suppose that staff came from?
The staff, you say? Well, betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber and after stumbling on the crime scene.
Hold it! I suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Tenma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one?
I ain't ever seen a staff like that in the manor, so it had to be in the Forbidden Chamber.
Oh, really? That Essentials Labelle is thick in the air today.
Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident? Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Tenmatero. I guess that's what Filch is trying to say?
Jinxie have even entered the Forbidden Chamber if she wanted to?
There is one thing I was wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place?
Well, I've got my hunches about that.
Hold it! Wallop you? And why would the so-called yokai want to do that?
Little maid gal never did like me. She always hightails it when I come around her. She sticks these weird papers on my noggin.
She probably thinks of him as the dreaded Tanuki monster of Huey Manor or something.
We need to prove that Jinxie isn't Tenmatero. I have no idea how we're gonna do that.
All you have to do is prove that it was impossible for Jinxie to turn into Tenmatero. That might be easier than you think.
Really?
Alright, let's expose him. The key that the mayor took from the killer and swallowed. There's only one of its kind. It's impossible for Jinxie to have gotten this key and gone into the Forbidden Chamber.
Objection!
It would seem that Tenmatero was, in fact, not this innocent little girl.
Huh? How do you figure that?
You claim the Tenmatero you saw had one of those staffs from the Forbidden Chamber. But that would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one.
Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenmatero seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma.
Ah!
What?
Ta-da!
What? Then who does the French believe was impersonating Tenmatero?
Our Tenmatero impersonator is none other than Mayor
Objection!
Tenma's aide. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we see? Yes, in fact, I can.
Very well. Let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the identity of the Tenmatero impersonator.
That's simple, Your Honor. The hand cream that we found inside the Forbidden Chamber. We found this hand cream inside the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that whoever was Tenmatero took one of the staves just out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for.
But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner?
I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The vets request a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. You might tell us who it belongs to.
Interesting. Do you expect to find the yokai's prints on them? Very well. I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results.
No need for that, Your Baldness. We have the prints of everyone here at the manor that day.
You called Prosecutor Blackwell.
Could anyone be more whipped?
Bullbright.
Analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes.
Your wish is my command. Very well then. I guess we'll just wait right here.
It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete.
What do the results show?
What in the world? They're Florent LaBelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackwell? I'm not gonna like this, am I?
Don't tell me. Temataro's prints?
Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... Don't you dare say me and... Phineas Filch.
Objection!
What? Wait, what? What? Then Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber?
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki.
Explain yourself now!
Yes, sure. Them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream for Mr. LaBelle after all.
So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber.
So what if I did? You got a problem with it?
You fool of a tanuki. What the hell was he doing in there?
Order! Order! Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean?
Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber... Wait a second. Does this mean the Tenmatero holding that staff was Phineas Filch?
Yeah. Another cat out of the bag.
Mr. Filch's Tenmataro?
What? I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer?
The witness will explain himself this instant.
Begging your pardon, Your Honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Tenmatero in the village exorcism ritual.
Oh, you mean the event of the Nine Tails Veil Festival? So that was you inside the Tenmatero costume?
Yep. And after the event, I went to watch that pro wrestling program, but it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers.
So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match.
That's when I looked at the Tenmatero costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. Because I'm superstitious. No matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word.
In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible.
Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place?
Because of the treasure there. Thought that was my big chance to sneak in and nab it.
Treasure? I get it. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered the treasure.
Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson.
Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in.
I could through the air vent in the foyer. The vents left in the alderman's picture. Went on in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber. I did.
You what?
But how's it even possible? Wait a second. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So, Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. And that's how he got in from the voyeur vent into the Forbidden Chamber vent?
So Tenmatero was nothing more than a cat burglar. rather a Tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder.
Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker.
Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer?
I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point.
And where is that costume now?
Heck if I know. And it ain't my fault if you never find it.
Police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor.
What if it was tossed outside the manor? Ah!
No way! But maybe, just maybe.
The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice.
Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here?
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor.
You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. Why would I go and do something like that?
I can think of a few reasons.
Any bright ideas, Apollo?
Well, assuming that the costume really was tossed out from the window. And the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just a thing to prove what happened to the thing. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you.
You do?
This evidence proves you got rid of your Ten Matera costume through the window.
Take that!
That's Ten Matero flying through the sky.
And just how does that prove Mr. Filch threw the costume out the window?
It's quite simple. That's not Ten Matero in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out.
Ah, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are you?
There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Ten Matero really was a flight of fancy.
What?
Yikes!
We've been caught on this the whole freaking time.
Oh my. So there never really was a yokai.
Aw, can't keep any of them cats bagged. Can I still find my claim for the lost costume?
This more than proves the defense's position. Jixie Tenma had nothing to do with the staging of the yokai sighting.
Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell?
None whatsoever. I'll deal with that tricky Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it.
Get going! Now all we have to do is make Fort LaBelle take a stand.
Objection!
Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Huh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got it through the chamber's air vents. And what are the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air duct.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right?
Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprang right open.
Sprung right open? Who was on the other side?
Get a good look on the account of the sudden glare.
Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark.
That's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid got all spotted me as I hightailed her down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime was discovered.
But wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there's really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little Tanuki, when the Forbidden Chamber was open, did you see the accused passed out there?
Nope. Only one there was Alderman, and he was as dead as a doornail.
Huh. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going.
Ah, don't tell me! Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused Damien Tenma. Fuck!
Hold it!
Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tenma in there.
Really? And who might that be?
Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
It seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence.
I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details.
Miss Shite, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact.
Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again.
No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here.
We are?
Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard now would no longer hold any water.
That's right! Because Filch was stuck in the chamber, there's no way he and LaBelle could possibly have an alibi.
LaBelle's the sitting duck. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber. And by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up.
Ah, not that insufferable. Very well. The court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer holds up?
Simple. His. Supposedly in the foyer with Filch at the time of the murder. Not anymore! Take that! Take that.
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent LaBelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime?
True, but his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there when Mr. LaBelle at the time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has just disappeared.
Ah!
Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch?
I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here either. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me that he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber. In return, he said we'd vouch for each other's alibi.
Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know.
Oh boy!
Shucks. Mercy, your honorship. Mercy. Ah!
I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber door for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. After all, his alibi has just proven to be a complete fabrication.
I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself.
Yes! We're finally gonna drag that slippery snake onto the stand.
In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. April 19th, 10:25 a.m., District Courtroom, Defendant Lobby number 3.
We did it, Apollo! We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court!
Yeah.
Hey, why the long face?
Can't help but feel like I'm missing something. Something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwell's bound to mount a counterattack.
You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine! That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle.
I know. That's not what's bugging me. Wish I could put my finger on it, though.
At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo!
April 19th, 11 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. Court is back in session. Our next witnesses.
Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. Also, yes, I'm the Joker now.
It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment.
Surely, you jest. I will hold you to your promise. Remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma, or should I say, the accused.
Ouch. Like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough.
Well, what business would you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible.
Baldness. Ah, right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand.
To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not. So may I go now? I have a very important matter to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed?
Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air.
Fine. The truth is I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant. How dare you accuse me of the beautiful... Accuse me, one of the beautiful people, of being...
Stop stalling for time and tell the court what you were doing really at the time of the crime.
Excuse me for a moment, everyone. Athena? Yes, we got another stream bot. Oh boy! Just a moment, everyone. Get over here, you piece of... blocked and ported and closed. And banned. There we are. Now then, back to this. Sorry about the wait, folks. Oh, and get rid of this one, too. There we are.
Silence!
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past.
Swords? What swords?
This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Be gone, ye of cowardly heart! The battlefield hath no place for ye.
Again?
Oh my. Spare me, please!
Seriously, he is the Joker. So much for sturdier shackles.
Those chains headed my vow that heads would roll this day.
This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning.
The witness, please deliver the accused death knell. You know of what I speak.
Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. It's time to stick a fork in him.
Whatever he has to say can't be good.
As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox Chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream.
What?
Then, the drum roll, please.
I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. But there you have it. Mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime.
Startling sounds bad.
The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there.
Damn it. How did he hear?
He confessed. Order! Order in this court! This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands.
Yes, so. And quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess.
Oh, I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Considered it a gift from me to you.
No way. I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess.
But it is just really true. Did Mayor Tenma really confess?
It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess.
That testimony is quite favorable to the prosecutions.
Mrs. LaBelle? Yes, I called earlier about the party reservation. That's right, I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's Conviction Gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense.
Well, it seems our witness is a very busy man. Let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime.
I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came too, stood up and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at its end. That doesn't add up to Jinxie's testimony.
I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to the crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court.
Oh, once again, sorry. It's just I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy?
You better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty.
As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield. A time to live and a time to die. He's laying it on real thick now.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
I was in the hallway. Yeah.
Hold it!
Why were you there? You claim the mayor confessed to his daughter. Are you sure about that? Peasant! You wouldn't dare ask such a question if you truly understood. True beauty is never wrong. It's not? No, beauty is carved deep into DNA. That means I'm programmed to always be right, even when I'm wrong. I'm not following. These exquisite ears are like flowers abloom. These eyes that shine like pearls. This hair that's like the finest silk. Nothing can corrupt the truth they hold. Right.
The witness will hurry and explain the truth of his. Specifically, what did Jinxie Denma do upon hearing the confession? Upon learning of her father's crimes, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me.
How did Miss Tenma appear to you?
Oh, the poor little thing seemed positively heartbroken, all teary-eyed and whatnot. I couldn't help but shed a few tears myself after seeing her like that.
You actually sympathize with Jinxie? He's like an overly human emotion for him. Yeah, because he's the only real monster we've seen so far. In looks and character.
The next thing I did was check my face in the mirror.
Check your face. Why?
To behold the beauty that is my sadness. Why else?
Apollo, I'm starting to lose all faith in humanity. I know the feeling. Hang in there. At least keep faith in our client.
Let's keep this moving, shall we? So what happened next? Immediately after that, the mayor came to and stood and opened the forbidden chamber.
He opened the forbidden chamber. But why would he do that?
Who knows? Maybe he wanted to free the demon, Tenmataro.
Objection! The courtroom is no place for fairy tales. Remember, you are under oath.
Hello, LaBelle speaking. Yes, I will certainly explore the matter. Toodles! Now, where were we again?
You were going to tell us the real reason why the mayor opened the forbidden chamber.
Oh, yes, of course. Hello, this is LaBelle. Good one, sir. You are an absolute riot. Okay, bye-bye. You were saying?
Never mind. This is a waste of time. He's just going to tell more lies.
The witness will focus on his testimony, not his phone calls. Now tell the court what you did after you saw the mayor open the forbidden chamber. Well, after that... As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison.
Hold it! What was Mr. Filch like at the time?
He was shouting, I can't see! I can't see! It's the curse of Tenmataro. Then he took off running like a madman.
He must have been blinded by the sudden light flooding in.
Wrong.
What?
He set eyes upon me, and he was thus blinded by my radiant beauty.
So it was the curse of Florent LaBelle rather than Tenmataro?
Yes, I'm afraid such beauty can be a curse. It's almost criminal.
Hello, Lord X! Welcome to the stream! Thanks for tuning in!
The only criminal here is your ceaseless jabbering. Now get on with your testimony. Oh, forgive me your darkness. Let's see. Oh yes, I fled for dear life from Tenmataro and... In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, the one with the phone at the end.
Hold it! So, after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Tenmataro ran off towards the foyer.
Precisely.
Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Well, Nixie also saw Tenmataro, right?
She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the police.
Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone is, Jinxie would have seen him when she was returning from making her call.
Oh, right. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help.
Right. This doesn't make any sense.
If we don't find some way to poke a hole in his testimony, Mayor Tenma is as good as guilty.
This is bad. Very bad.
We need to find an inconsistency, a mistake, some kind of conflict.
Objection! Laurent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway.
What on earth do you mean?
Yes. Care to fill in the rest of us, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma.
What's this?
After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back into the main hallway. whereupon she encountered the demon yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenma Taro costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter...
Why, yes, the two must have crossed paths.
Right, except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there.
My eyes! My beautiful eyes!
Ah! That's such a fabulous scent now, is it? Take that!
But Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it?
Inside the Fox Chamber. Where else?
But isn't that within the very crime scene?
It is, Your Honor. And that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time.
What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence!
Foolish fop. A true man knows when he's beaten. A shield of lies comes into naught before a foe with a sword of truth bared. Is this his theme? Yo. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone on this battlefield, with naught but your lies and your sickly sweet perfume. Whoa, wait, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you evil dandy? The sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you, was right there in the Fox Chamber. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be? Fine. I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder, but I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You'd better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get into that.
The witness is skating on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies.
I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen.
From behind the screen. Why, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there.
Just so. You could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events rather than an actual third party. This guy's as slippery as an eel.
Apollo, you think he's telling the truth?
Well, he was in the Fox Chamber, so at least that much must be true.
The defense may now cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness.
Voyeuristic, that's a new one. I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder.
Hold it!
Why in the world would you enter that grisly crime scene? Why? Because I was worried sick.
Mayor Tenma's suit.
It what?
It was designed personally by me. I was worried my work of art might get blood on it.
This man clearly has his priorities in order.
Okay, let's get this over with, shall we? Now, where was I? Oh, yes. So I entered the Fox Chamber almost without thinking. But I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left.
Why didn't you enter right away?
And ruined my designer shoes.
Your shoes.
Even now, just thinking about getting blood on my fabulous footwear, it sends chills down my spine. That's why I hesitated.
Objection! That's terrible. A man was dying and another injured, and you were worried about your shoes?
Silence!
Need I remind you, this is a court of law. We are not teaching morality here. We have schools of etiquette and the like for such trivial pursuits.
Yeah?
Now, you listen to me, deceptive Daniel. Get to the point, and be quick about it.
Yes, well, I was there in the Fox Chamber, but I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there.
Hold it! Wait a second. Why did you hide yourself?
Oh my, so you do understand?
I do?
By hiding, I was concealing my fabulous beauty, which, for the sake of the universe, is something I should never, ever do. That's what you were thinking, right?
I'm sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness stand. We can deliberate his mental processes another time. Get on with the testimony, now!
Well, regarding the murder scene, what I saw there up close was absolutely horrifying.
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail?
And what exactly would you like the details about?
Well, what I would like to ask you about is... We already know about the feathers and the tracks. The Forbidden Chamber was probably closed at the time until he came and opened it. Let's ask about the murder weapon. Could you describe the state of the weapons that had been used at the scene?
The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Cuby, and there was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor.
Oh, right, the statue. Why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring?
Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village. An inspiring symbol of goodwill.
A broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance?
Is it important? It's very important. No one but... I believe that to be extremely important. I requested it be added to the testimony. The only people who knew about the statue's true purpose was Jinxie and the Alderman.
The statue had fallen to the floor. It was a token of goodwill, celebrating a municipal merger.
Hold it! Token of goodwill. Are you referring to the Fox and Demon statue?
Yes, the statue the Alderman allegedly used to strike back at Mayor Tenma. The mayor trampled down municipal goodwill, only to be clobbered by this symbol. It's quite ironic, don't you think?
And that's when the symbol of goodwill was transformed into a symbol of conflict.
So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind a screen.
Hold it! The mayor had been knocked out by a blow to the head. Could he really have opened the Forbidden Chamber in that state?
Well, it did seem difficult. He was all woozy and stumbling around as he opened it. It was such a heroic effort that I nearly started to cheer him on, despite myself.
If
I think the mayor needed medical attention more than a cheerleader.
You think he's telling the truth about being there in the room?
Well, I believe he was there. The question is, when did he enter?
You mean, did he enter after Jinxie fled? Or was he there before the murder? If it's the latter, that would change everything.
Right. If he was there before the murder, that would make him a suspect.
How do we go about proving that?
Well, I guess we ask him about what happened there. Anyway, let's press him and see what kind of info we can get from him.
Let's cross our fingers that he says to reveal something incriminating.
Oh, he already did.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. LaBelle.
What possibly could you mean?
You said this statue was like a celebration of union between the town and the village. Is that correct?
It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter?
So, how did you really know that this statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again?
What?
Justice, Dono. Explain yourself and make it quick.
This statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret.
A secret? Whatever do you mean?
What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out.
Eh?
The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. LaBelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form?
What do you mean, where?
The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken.
How dare you!
Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness with some sort of crime?
Yes. Yes, I am. Florent LaBelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex QB.
My eyes!
Order! Order! Mr. LaBelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty?
Way to go, Apollo! This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnificent!
We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman, now admit it.
Silence!
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence!
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman.
Ergo? Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman QB told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift like that.
Silence!
Over. It has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime.
It has?
Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scamp's statement, if you will. When Jixie Tenma unlocked the Fox chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else.
Oh.
Dang it.
The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Lord LaBelle could not possibly have been in the locked room.
No.
Ah! I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle?
proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right? Your baldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
Do that?
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in the charade is over, Justice Dono.
But
Your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these symptoms. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice. A point well made. I believe it is time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma.
hold it. Oh, who is it now? Oh God, not you again. It would seem that my time is at hand. Mayor Tenma?
Counselor, there's a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces.
Counselor? Oh, right, he must mean me. Finally remember what happened before that blow to his head?
Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him!
It's no good. I can't restrain him.
Know me and despair. I am Tenma Taro, Demon Lord of the Yokai. Mr. Justice, do something!
Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. You might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai.
When you put it that way. Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world.
Unprecedented in absurdity, more like.
All right then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Temptaro, your testimony, please. I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall.
Okay, what's he gonna say?
Barely conscious was Damien there amid darkness. Suddenly, two yokai did appear. On one side, I, Mataro, ruler of demon kind. On the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox.
Wait. Uh-huh.
So was the defendant assuring that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange it may be, yes, indeed. All was in darkness.
And the part about the Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox being there.
Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered overhead, and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold.
I call animal abuse, Your Honor! It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted.
Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are a bit fuzzy, as if half dreamt that happening lingers in my mind.
Hello. Maybe I can help here. Really? Oh, you mean, yeah. I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us again. I have a really crazy idea. What if he was inside the chamber? Only one way to find out. Okay. Why are you happy that he's there? It sounds like the mayor saw the same thing as what's shown on that scroll. That's what those demon... What's with those Tenmas, their yokai vision? I think it's sweet how father and daughters can share something like that. I don't think a shared nightmare really qualifies as sweet. Anyway, all I need to do is point out an unnatural reaction like last time. Right. Look for places where an emotion conflicts with a testimony. That conflict usually indicates a thought or emotion that's being suppressed.
Pinpoint that one.
Got it!
Why are you happy that he's there? When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well.
Joy. Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. Long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence, and there was light. He was in the room! On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket.
A creaking door. Oh, you must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise.
So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described?
I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Temataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? In the Forbidden Chamber, perhaps?
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur?
Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the towering Temataro you saw? Most likely the Forbidden Chamber's statue.
Why, yes! That would explain everything! The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp!
But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox?
Maybe he was seeing things? Just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai.
Fantastic, Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events.
Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the amazing Nine-Tails.
What? The amazing Nine-Tails?
At first, this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall it. It was the amazing Nine-Tails who did open the Forbidden Chamber door.
I have many questions now. I'm sorry I asked.
The amazing nine-tails, but that was the victim, Alderman Cubey, right?
Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Was he trying to keep it sealed?
Never mind that. This is a completely new information. Let me enter it into an update. What do you suppose the amazing Nine-Tails was up to?
Good question. But even trying to free the mayor from the Forbidden Chamber?
But why would he help an enemy like that? Wasn't he opposed to the mayor's merging plans?
Well, at least now we know why the room suddenly lit up.
It's been a huge relief for the mayor. I mean, just thinking about being trapped in that pitch-black room freaks me out.
Why was he sad? No, I did the thing again. Damn it. Okay, pinpoint. Sadness.
Got it!
There we go. When the amazing Nine-Tails opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness?
Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recollect something of that nature. I believe it was the fiend's cape of red. When I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me.
Why? A cape of red?
Apollo, we reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left.
Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape?
Why indeed?
What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence.
Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face.
Something this obvious could arise. And someone's trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see.
Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Alright, time to review the evidence. Alright.
Objection!
You said the Amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that?
Yes. Well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw. But
Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you?
oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, the Amazing Ninetailed is arrayed in a cape of red.
You mistook that red something for his cape, huh?
Apparently so. And remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me.
So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned is what interfering with his memory.
Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the Amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking?
I know. Could it have been...
Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this? Was it this?
Take that!
Foolish mortal! Do you mock me?
Whoa! Sorry!
I'm afraid I have no recollection of seeing such an item.
Sorry! Ouch, that was human double punch.
Apollo, think of something that's red and could produce a feeling of sadness. Then take a good look at the evidence again.
The only thing red I can see is the cup and the blood. I'm gonna predict this. Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenma, that what you saw was the alderman's blood?
Blood? Why? Yes, it was blood! It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was lying behind the Amazing Ninetales. The Alderman's bloody body. What? What? What the fuck?
His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now.
Does this mean the Amazing Ninetales killed Alderman QB?
But the Alderman was the Amazing Ninetales, so how exactly does that work?
Hey, I asked you first.
Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated.
True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
Boy, don't you think it's strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said not about seeing the Amazing Ninetales there.
Ah, you just had to bring that up, didn't you?
Casey didn't see the bell there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then?
Will the French care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's?
I guess I can? Yes, of course I can explain it. Because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Your bluffs and fairy tales I trust. Fair warning, justice. You'll have your head if you fail to explain this. What about a good old-fashioned penalty?
Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders.
First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chambers while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on this testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation, so let's consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma?
A very good question indeed. I suppose you have an answer for us.
Sadly, you would be supposing wrong.
You think she could have mistaken the bell for the mayor?
Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that?
Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she has, in fact, misremembered the event, what could have made her do so?
Well, if LaBelle was disguised as Tenma, that would explain everything. The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence!
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How can you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces.
Maybe the disguise completely hid his face.
I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face.
And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it?
Oh, right.
Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Donut. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of?
I think I'll pass. Ow!
Are you okay, Apollo?
I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will.
Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict if you have no further arguments.
What's even left for me to do?
Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says? You're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down.
Case upside down? It does say that often, doesn't it? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to think. Okay, let's see. Other than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it.
A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler can suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself.
The mask! What about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others. These facts turn things around.
We got it all backwards.
Apollo?
I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your baldness. I see no reason to further indulge them in any of their silly little farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will.
Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof. Do you now? All right, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity. His mask. We've been assuming everything wrong. He's the amazing Ninetales!
God! What absolute claptrap! Poppycock! Balderdash!
We thought the Alderman was the amazing Ninetales and the Mayor was the Tenmatero. That's why we believe the Mayor killed the Alderman in his lust for the Ninetales veil. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenmatero. He's the amazing Ninetales.
Watch this!
You best explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where do you derive such a far-fetched conclusion? Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales. But she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent LaBelle in disguise.
Silence!
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scab would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he pick a different build, too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence!
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious to them than life itself. As a huge fan of the amazing Ninetales, she would never dare to unmask him.
My feather!
This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room.
Then by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already!
First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also drugged into the forbidden chamber. Then, he returned to the fox chamber, so took some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by wearing the amazing Ninetales mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. A scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene.
So then... the person who said, I killed Alderman QB was...
Yep, that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering.
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the forbidden chamber, so he could drag the mayor back out into the fox chamber.
Oh, so the amazing Ninetales was that the mayor saw was...
Right. It was LaBelle opening the forbidden chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the door for the forbidden chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch, in his Tenmatero disguise, ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the fox chamber.
I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense.
Then after dragging the mayor back into the fox chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence!
It's an absurd theory to work. It requires that the defendant be the amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection!
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if she had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the amazing Ninetales.
This is madness! No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot!
No one except the killer as insane as his plot, and I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies.
Foolish mortal! It is at your own peril that you forget who I am!
Miss Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales. What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenmatero right here and now. What?
Why, you would dare reveal the secret!
My good friend, the alderman told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth, what with the superstitions now, would it? The truth behind Tenmatero? What's he talking about? Go ahead and say it. Say I am the amazing Ninetales. I dare you.
Objection!
Wait! Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenmatero a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, he'll expose the truth. Right, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up.
Huh. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle.
I'll show you who's useless.
Apollo, don't you dare give up now.
I know. Too close to give up. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case.
You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the amazing Ninetales or not?
Oop, uh-oh, there we go. The amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth about Tenmatero right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure.
Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here.
And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman QB was the amazing Ninetales anyway. I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The alderman was so popular.
There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere. I don't even know where to start.
Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself.
But if he admits it, LaBelle's going to expose the secret behind Tematero. We're so close, I know it!
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
This whole case only makes sense if the mayor is the amazing Ninetales. I know you used his mask to create the illusion for a locked room murder.
Silence!
Nothing more than idle speculation. You know evidence now.
Objection!
Mr. LaBelle knows what this statue originally looked like. That means he had to have been in the Fox Chamber while it was still locked tight. Sorry, but I heard about the statue from Alderman Cubey. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Oh, but what's that? The Alderman's dead. Looks like the joke's on you, my sweaty little friend.
Apollo? You mind if I wring his neck?
Wait in line, because I'm going first. Temper, temper. Anyway.
Hold it!
The only nonsense here in this court is you and your assertions. Such anger is terrible for the skin, you know. Beauty is like a flower that blooms forth from a serene heart. What the hell happened to your hair? Excuse me? I wouldn't expect a wilted peasant like you to understand. Perhaps this fragrance will help the blossom within you bloom.
God, how did you get me from there? Ow, my eyes!
You liked that, didn't you?
Enough jabbering about blossoms and whatnot. Get on with your testimony before I slice you into a bouquet of cut flowers.
Oh dear, please excuse me. As I was saying, the assertion of our wilted attorney here is just utter nonsense.
Hold it!
You'd be arrested, wouldn't you? Yes, it's true. I would be sacrificed upon the altar of justice, despite my innocence. But what a terrible loss that would be for the future of humankind's cosmetic needs. It is a tragedy that must be averted. Defend me if you understand this.
Silence!
The only terrible loss is the time wasted by your ceaseless yammering. If you would avert the tragedy awaiting you and that vexing visage of yours, then...
Yes, yes, I know. Get on with my testimony. Anyhow, suffice to say, should the mayor admit to the defense's nonsense, I will make good on my threat and...
Hold it!
And just how do you learn of the so-called truth behind Tematero? Alderman Cubey told me all about it. The secret of the Forbidden Chamber and the truth behind Tematero. Why would he share secrets like that with you, Mr. LaBelle? Because of the Alderman's wife. I was looking after her while she was in hospital. He appreciated it so much. He shared the secrets with me.
Wait, did he threaten the Alderman in addition to the mayor?
Don't tell me that's how he learned how to open the Forbidden Chamber. Needless to say, I'm not above revealing the truth behind Tematero. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. This is a superstitious saying. Do not gaze upon Tematero. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tematero looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village if you free him. Is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo! And that truth is Tematero is a great greed-inspiring fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetales Vale is all about. Tematero is a great fortune. Come
to think of it. Only that, it's the greatest get-rich chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. But there's amazing treasure in there. Could Tenmatero actually be... Telling the villagers that Tenmatero is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the Forbidden Chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time.
Well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed.
Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do.
Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmatero exists. That's why the secret must be protected.
As long as Tenmatero exists, huh? Mr. LaBelle, please add that statement to your testimony.
Tragedy is doomed to repeat as long as Tenmatero exists.
So in other words, tragedy wouldn't occur at all if there was no Tenmatero.
Yes, I suppose so. But that's wishful... Oh, pardon me. Mrs. LaBelle? Yes. You don't say.
As long as Tenmatero exists...
How's the mayor supposed to admit to his secret identity now?
Well, he has to find a way to make him say it, otherwise the entire case is gone. Must be a hole in that LaBelle's testimony somewhere.
You fool! Behold! Behold! Your treasure is gone!
Mr. LaBelle, what if Tenmatero no longer existed?
Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmatero no longer existed. What on earth are you talking about?
Oh, apparently you haven't heard. Tenmatero no longer exists.
But I guess you didn't get the chance to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you.
Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there.
Really? But maybe you weren't looking in the right place.
Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmatero no longer exists. Take a look at this figure.
What do we have here? It looks like some sort of creature.
We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes.
Are you suggesting that Tenmatero has been stolen?
Yep. Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit.
And by that hideous, moronic caretaker's grandfather, no less. No! My beautiful golden Tenmatero was...
The greed inspired by Tenmatero can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetail's Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma?
The root of the tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmatero, for he said to me, the gold ingot was gone.
The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that the Tenmatero's true form?
Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmatero is the yellowish object shown there. A giant golden ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetail's Vale. In return for that gold my ancestors did receive from Ninetail's Vale, land that would become Tenma Town. But drive the villagers mad with greed did that great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became a curse upon their village. A curse of ruin. Thus it was that the Yoka Tenmatero came to be.
So Tenmatero and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away.
Fairy tale or not, Tenmatero made quite the mess of things. Yes, indeed, so there's no greater monster than a mortal's man's lust for gold.
Well, you know what they say. The love of money is the root of all evil.
My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to the Ninetail's Vale. A thing so terrible that, Then Mataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created just to keep its secrets. Yet we have not the love for the village that we owe our very existence. Mataro would never seek to take over Ninetail's Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history.
Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenmataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? No! Don't do it! Please, no!
Be gone, you demented demon!
Now, where was I? Ah, yes. The Golden Lord of Yokai. The amazing Ninetales is indeed me. It's over, LaBelle! And that means Jinxie.
Yes?
The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapse in the Fox Chamber. Was he wearing the amazing Ninetales mask?
That's what made me think he was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman Kubi that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it?
It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Yeesh. Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than this LaBelle scheme.
You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through.
The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman Kubi, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you? Sentence! No!
Silence!
Huh. Justice, Dono. You should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now?
Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as if it were butter. But you have only blind guesses. A dull blade incapable of cutting through. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in a court of law.
But... Yeah, right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. This is the final battle. Just as samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment.
Now present your conclusive evidence.
Or don't you have any? Oh, crud. Do I have anything conclusive? Actually, there is something that I need to point out. Right here. This has been bothering me ever since the whole case got turned over. Whose hair is this? Evidence? Oh, I have evidence.
You do?
Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need too. I'm going to finally prove Mayor Tenma is innocent. Here we go. Yo, what? Let's review the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the amazing Ninetales. But as we now know, of course, we were way off. The amazing Ninetales is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the amazing Ninetales collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts that we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence of the scene of the crime. But he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. This evidence right here proves it. The clue inside the mask. Oh, I know. The amazing Ninetales mask was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does the mask hold? It holds a white hair. That white hair has been bothering me for the past 20 minutes. And what about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? It has to belong to Florent LaBelle, because Rex QB can't be the person. He's not the Amazing Ninetales. But Florent LaBelle was. After all, Rex QB was seen by the daughter. And we have proof of everything now. The white hair is LaBelle's. Oh, right, that hair is Florent LaBelle's. Yes, now that's what I call conclusive evidence.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court?
Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will.
That mask? How is that conclusive evidence?
It's not the mask itself, but the white hair that's inside. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex QB.
Yes, but the Amazing Ninetales, as we now know, is Mayor Tenma, so...
That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had any hideous white hair like
Silence!
It would appear that coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white-haired type, because he's busy being one ludicrously garish color or another.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackwell. It's you who has made a fatal error. What? Remember where this mask was found? It washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, this last piece of evidence will solve all the remaining riddles. This was your fatal thing, LaBelle. You let us know that your hair color washes out with water. This was your slip-up. Take this!
That's my eyes! Huh? What is that?
This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the Amazing Ninetales mask washed up alongside the river of the village, with the white hair inside it.
What's this? Are you saying that preening Peacock's hair color actually is...
That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction. But thanks to the rivers flowing through Ninetales Vale, we now have the real-life expose. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving that you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know how that will get a match. Or, admit it. Or, you can prove me wrong right now by letting us wash the hair color out. Florent LaBelle, you were the one who killed Alderman Rex QB! You peasant, how dare you! Ah! I'm going to exterminate you like I did the Alderman! No, my makeup! Well, would you look at that? Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off? This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out? LaBelle speaking. I'm fired. You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? Hello, this is LaBelle. What? There's a stratospheric damages claim against me? $100 million? I'm finished! Washed up! Stick a fork in me, I'm done! This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackwell, defeated!
Order! Order! Order in the court! Order, I say!
I'll have 3 number 9s, not you! Oh.
Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright.
Wait, that was a compliment, right?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what have you done with Florent LaBelle?
The faced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenmatero. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to the Nine-Tails Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Nine-Tails saw those plans come to a halt. And thus, LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma.
I see. What I still can't comprehend is why he would go through all that trouble just to go after the gold in the first place. Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of a financial aid.
LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love, which is why he sought the gold with such ferocity. Too bad for him. Someone else had gotten to it first anyways.
I see. Very well then. I believe it's time I declared a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Damien Tenma, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Now about my order.
Shut up!
Oh. April 19th, 1:23 p.m., District Court. Defendant's lobby number 3. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tenmatero from Nine-Tails Vale like you were some kind of exorcist.
There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? He could have set it up so that the mayor murdered the alderman and then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment.
I was wondering about that too. But I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the amazing Nine-Tails' true identity himself. Huh? Why? Because the mayor was the amazing Nine-Tails. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murderer, the rest of his popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. Oh, I get it. If the amazing Nine-Tails was just killed, he'd die a hero. But if he was proved a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then, when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he'd be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure.
What an insanely intricate plot!
Ha 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 ha! A most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval.
Why are you acting like Tenmatero again?
Let this be of no concern to you.
How could it not concern me?
Tenmatero, be gone!
Ah!
Jinxie. Seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you.
Papa! You're finally back!
Yes, it would seem that Tenmatero is no match for you.
I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore.
Your father's a free man now, Jinxie.
Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore.
Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling?
Impossible!
This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the amazing Nine-Tails will have to retire them.
Aww, how come?
Once everyone hears I'm the amazing Nine-Tails, my fan base will die. After all, I'm not the most popular of people. Another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue.
I think you misjudged yourself. Take a look outside.
Say, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they wanted to get a glimpse of Mayor Damien Tenma. the man behind the mask, and to root for your return to the wrestling ring.
Rooting. For me. But I thought it was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes.
The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa.
Jinxie.
Here, I think you'll be needing this.
Take that!
Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to keep my fan waiting.
Nine-Tails Veil forever!
I sure hope they can solve the problems between Town and the Nine-Tails Veil.
Me too. Sure, they'll be fine. After all, the blackmailers slash killers behind bars, and the merger's no longer an issue. Plus, the amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit. And I suspect Ninetales Veil will be too. It's all because we believed in our client. Just like you said.
Okay, people. Now that we got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving.
Same! Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday.
Better keep eating, Apollo, or you might have to start looking up at me.
Huh?
I'm definitely past my growth.
I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours too.
Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time.
Keep eating like that, and the only direction you'll grow is sideways.
Very funny. But I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without getting an ounce.
Really? Well, I can't wait to see this.
Calories? Ha, just try and let them stick to me.
All right, already, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Well, Dune's Noodles isn't all night stand, you know. I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go.
I've been wanting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for?
Noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you two.
Yay! Thanks, boss! I won't let you down.
Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldune's noodles are so hot and salty. 2 bowls would kill a man. She ate 5, didn't she?
That was our first case together. And it felt like nothing could ever bring us down after that. The Dark Age of the Law seemed so distant and so irrelevant to our small, cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along. Right there behind us. First time it made itself known was during the murder at Thelmus Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come.
I've heard amazing things about Thelmus Academy. The end. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna end the game here. End the stream, I mean. So, thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for more. We'll see where the game sends me next time. But until then, be sure to make an impact in someone's life today. Make it a great one. I'll catch you all later. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm starving!